Aaron, you can start.
Good morning. That's not still the case. Probably many of you are as well. New England Patriots and Boston Red Sox were still reigning champions. And we were live in Austin, Texas. So we're doing this virtually. Hopefully many of you got on to some of the South by Southwest activities yesterday. I'm going to go through a little bit of what the day has in store for us today. And we'll give you a few minutes back to get breakfast and coffee, and I'm still drinking mine. And then we're going to start the day off with some meditation. By the way, all times run on Central Time, honoring Austin, which is where the mecca of South by Southwest is. And so we'll have some time with Kelly Campanis, and she's going to come on at 9:25 Eastern Time, 10:25 Central Time. And I guess that's like 7:25 my time, which is West Coast. So it'll be a nice way to ground ourselves in the way the day starts. I will get to an overview of the content in just a minute. We do have an amazing lineup this year, all healthcare, almost all healthcare focused. We do have a few in there that talk about sort of broader topics like Clubhouse. That's going to be tomorrow with Jeremiah Aoyang, but most of it is has a health-centric bent to it, health innovation and equity in healthcare. A couple of housekeeping notes. Everyone always asks, and I know you don't really care about this piece, but we are recording all of these sessions and we will make them available. Most of them are actually going live this year. We do have a few pre-recorded, but let's see if you can tell which ones are pre-recorded and which ones aren't. And we are going to be using a hashtag, and the hashtag is RealChem, so RealChem, as in Mary, SWSX, and that's to honor South by Southwest and Real Chemistry. And we encourage you to share all of those things throughout the session. And but probably screwing up our coming up out of order. That's my fault, not their fault. We are streaming through YouTube Live today and tomorrow. We felt like that was the best experience for everyone, and we could bring you a newsroom-like experience. If you want to ask questions, some of the sessions we will have time, some of the sessions we will not have time, but go ahead and put your comments and questions in the YouTube Live channel. If you want to make snarky remarks to me, feel free to. I know I've probably got a few friends on here. I may not see them live because there's a little bit of a delay between me talking to you and them coming up, but I will try to monitor those and have the team send those through to me. So as I mentioned, Kelly Campanis is going to do the meditation. She's actually a former real chemist, I guess, and she does virtual meditation with us on a regular basis. And so we really enjoy and appreciate the approach that she takes, sort of a modern day approach to meditation and being Zen. As I mentioned, I do want to walk through the roster today. We will send out notifications through the day to make sure that you are tracking, but we're going to kick off with a really strong panel. All of the content is strong, but this one is a great way to ground us. As many of you are tracking, we all know way more about clinical trials. We know way more about epidemiology. As our CEO, Jim Weiss, likes to joke, no one could even spell the word a year ago. And we really wanted to ground you in some research. And the first panel is called The Dynamics of Increasing Vaccine Confidence in the US and around the world. We thought it would be good to bring you research and really sort of dig deep into what's going on. So we have Liz Hamill, who is at the Kaiser Family Foundation, Chuck Heeman, who is a practice lead here at Real Chemistry and a longtime real chemist, Chris Jackson from Ipsos, and then Scott McDonald, who is the president and CEO of the Advertising Research Foundation. Sorry, still getting caffeinated. That's from 10 to 10:40. Next up, we have a session called Doing Well and Doing Good. That's 11 to 11:25 with Josh Campbell of Techonomy, now Clarin Media. John Awada, that many of you know from his days at IBM. He was the chief marketing officer and the chief communications officer. And then Susan Saubet, who is a longtime president, global president at American Express. And so that's one that they certainly touch on health, but that will be a little bit of a broader topic, as I had mentioned before. After that, continuing in the theme of vaccines, we're going to talk about communications platforms' role in creating COVID vaccine confidence. And this one I'm particularly fond of. It's with the leaders of a partnership that we at Real Chemistry have done, but it really speaks to, why is it that a MM&M or a PR Week or a campaign magazine would want to support this? Why would an agency like us, we're trying to do the right thing here. So we have Steve Madden from Haymarket Media, MM&M, Frank Waskuch, I'm probably butchering Frank's name, but hopefully that's close, Frank. I know I heard you say it in the prep session. And then Allison Weisbrot. Frank is at PR Week and Allison is at Campaign. The next session we have is going to be really special, and it's going to be between two unicorns, and I mean that with the highest praise. So our own Mike Huckman, who's a global practice lead here, leads our coaching practice, and it's called The Current and Future State of Healthcare, a conversation with Myrtle Potter. Myrtle Potter is truly a unicorn, and you will love her to death. She is a Black CEO in the biopharma space, which is very, very rare. We're all working hard to fix that, but she's the CEO at Samidavant Biopharma. And then we have more great content, 5 things to know about digital transformation. These are all about innovation in healthcare and how digital is helping to lead the charge based on some research that we've conducted here. It's with Ron Kim, who's the CTO of Merck, Manoj Narayanan. I only know him by Manoj, so Manoj, apologies if I'm mispronouncing your last name. Brian Solis, who I think many of you know, he is a South by Southwest veteran, now the Global Innovation Evangelist at Salesforce, and Joanne Saida, who's our Chief Digital Officer, Global Chief Digital Officer. I'm sorry, I'm missing the times on those things, but if you go to our lovely agenda, you'll see that one is from 12:25 to 12:55. The next one up is COVID innovation and the pandemic's impact on healthcare delivery and access. That's at 1:15 to 2 p.m. again, all times in Central Time. And that is with Taryn Grom, who is the founding partner and editor at Pharma Voice. And then we have a dynamic duo of Junaid Bajwa, who is the chief medical scientist at Microsoft, and Greg Szabo, who's the VP and global commercial leader of virology and immunology at Merck, who certainly has been fighting the good fight here. Next up, I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. I'd encourage you all to do that, and I'm almost done, I promise. We're looking at the intersection of healthcare, gender, race, and social media. And this one's led by my colleague, Mary Seidman, who's the head of our clinical affairs here at Real Chemistry. And then we have a real treat in Dr. Esther Chu, who's a professor of emergency medicine and public health at Oregon Health and Science University, and Dr. Hala Sabri, who's the chief community officer at Doctorpedia. Also on many of these prep calls, and got to meet them both, and they're lovely people. That will be followed by a behind-the-scenes look at Pfizer's digital communications landscape during the COVID-19 pandemic. Pfizer has become a household name, as many of you know, due to being one of the 2 or 3 now vaccine providers for COVID. This is with Ellen Gerstein, who is the Senior Director of Content and Strategy at Pfizer, and then Jen Gottlieb, our Global President here. And you'll really like this. And Jen and Ellen have been friends for a while, so you'll get some of the warmth that comes through between those two. That's at 2:25 to 2:50. We're rounding the turn here, I promise. The next one that we're looking at is called Making Wellness and Mental Health Accessible, Engaging to All Employees. This is with Raghu Appasani, Dr. Alfie Braylon Noble, Cheryl Lazar, and Angela Gillespie, who's our COO. Raghu is the founder and CEO of the MINDS, M-I-N-D-S Foundation. Dr. Alfie Braylon Noble is the founder of the ACOMA Project. This is good practice for me because hopefully I'll get these right as we say these later in the day. And Shara, many of you know also from South by Southwest, a veteran. She's the co-founder of What's Trending Peace Inside Live, and just an amazing individual. Next in line, we have something called Hollywood Meets Healthcare. Some of you may know, but Real Chemistry acquired a company called Star Power last year because the role of influencer and this truly Star Power connection to healthcare is bigger than ever, really having spokespeople, being able to advocate on behalf of diseases. So this is led by Kelly Gentile from our Star Power arm, and Heather Magro, who is also from Star Power, and they'll be joined by influencer Jordan Lloyd. I think she was on Big Brother, if I remember correctly. and Alyssa Lask. She is a VP and General Manager of U.S. Aesthetics at Galderma. And then a real treat, back to the COVID confidence theme. It's called It's Up to You, how the Ad Council is collaborating to educate millions of Americans about COVID-19. And I think many of you may have seen or heard that the Ad Council basically dedicated $50 million worth of donated media and time and efforts to really help sort of build COVID confidence. And this will be with our own Michelle Schimmel, who's the president of our Twist division in real chemistry, and Catherine Chow, who's the VP in strategy and evaluation at the Ad Council. And they'll really talk about this partnership and how it came together and how they really worked to build confidence, starting with healthcare professionals, because you want them to be confident before you're trying to get the rest of the population confident. That's at 4 to 425. The next one up is called Winning the Hearts and Minds of Healthcare Heroes. This is brought to you by our partner, Dynamic Signal. And I guarantee you I will butcher some of these names, so sorry in advance, but Keala Aki, who leads she's an internal comms manager at Hawaii Pacific Health, when all of us love to be in Hawaii right now. Mariah Dula, who is at the senior communications specialist at Oregon Health and Science University. Michelle Grant, who is at Sutter Health, is the internal comms program manager. Raquel Hicks, who is the director of organizational effectiveness at Hawaii Pacific Health. Kelsey Howalt, Senior Manager at Comms, Oregon Health and Science University. And this is led by Becky Grabe, who is a Senior Director of Comms at Dynamic Signal. And then we have the last panel of the day, so you can just buckle your seatbelt for lots of good content, as you can tell. And this is called A Matter of, sorry, as I scroll through my thing here, A Matter of Black Life or Death, Black Mamas on Maternal Health. And this is led by our own Jewel Jones. You want to talk about like a Hollywood name. Jewel is amazing. She is a senior director in our corporate affairs group, and she's joined by Monica Elston. She's a family nurse and practitioner, OBGYN at my alma mater, Georgetown, at their university hospital. And then Stephanie Kimu, who is the founder and principal consultant at PopWorks Africa, PopWorks Africa, co-founder of the Black Doula Project. So that will be the total of our content during the day. Amazing. We hope that you stick around all day. Feel free to leave this on multitasking. Then we'll take a break. That last panel is from 5 to 5, and then I'm going to do some closing remarks. And we have a special treat for you at 6 o'clock Central Time, and it is this lovely band called Lolo, led by a woman named Lauren Pritchard. We were fortunate enough to have Lolo live at our South by Southwest in Austin in 2017. And that was back in the day where you could have, brisket and adult beverages and live music. So we're all looking forward to being back to that. But if you have not seen or heard Lolo before, LOLO, I strongly encourage you to check out her page. I think lolomusic.com. You can find her on Spotify. But I listened to her with my wife last night. Really, really excited about this. Great vibe. She's been in a lot of television shows as that background music, the stuff that you're Shazamming or looking up. So with that, just a reminder, we'll be back in about 10 minutes with Kelly Campanis to start our day off right with some meditation. Grab your favorite breakfast taco, bagel, cup of coffee. And with that, I'm going to sign off for a few minutes, and I'll bring you back in 10 minutes with Kelly. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to today's one of many special guests, Kelly Campanis, who is a former colleague and maybe a colleague in some ways now, even though she runs her own business called Access the Light. Welcome, Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Aaron. It's so good to see you on here.
Well, it's great to have you here, starting us off and grounding us. I told folks as we were doing the introductions that we're going to start the day with some meditation. You've been amazing in helping us at Real Chemistry with our sort of staying calm and cool and mentally strong. You're going to lead us through, I think, 25 minutes of really grounding us in a very sort of calming meditation session today. And so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you do your thing and let people get into a very calm Zen state. So thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. All right. Hi, everyone. As Aaron said, I'm Kelly. I come to you actually as a fellow healthcare PR practitioner with over 20 years of experience, but I'm also a certified intuitive healer and a guided meditation instructor. And I believe meditation is something all of us can access, regardless of how busy our minds and our lives might be. To ground us before we get started, I just want to remind you that everyone can meditate. And don't believe all the stories your mind might tell you. When Real Chemistry approached me about leading this meditation, we brainstormed about how this conference has always embodied digital transformation, and what a time for it, given how we're all here now virtually. Another key theme that threads throughout the meeting is serendipity, those by chance meetings that happen around the meeting. Try looking up the meaning of serendipity sometime. Since I found so many, I'll go with how it was defined in a study investigating serendipity in the Journal of the Association for Information Science and Technology. Serendipity is consistently associated with unexpected and positive personal, scholarly, scientific, organizational, and societal events and discoveries. So how do we make that happen in a virtual setting? How can we happily end up in a Zoom breakout room with someone that might lead to a new career opportunity? Well, the same exact way we would if we ran into each other tonight at a bar for St. Patrick's Day. But it's not that simple, right? We're sick of being stuck at home. We miss getting on airplanes and being amazed by the Wi-Fi working in midair. We miss running into someone at a bar. We miss putting on pants. I get it. I really do. Finding ways to connect in this disconnected environment is hard. What we also have learned in this time is how to let simple pleasures and happiness of everyday life have a greater role. And that's a lot of what makes up serendipity. That's a surprise encounter or experience that jogs your mind and gets you to think about something differently. Maybe you can think of a serendipitous moment. Maybe that woman you met at the airport, it's now your accountability partner. Or that guy friend that walked you to your door and reminded you that there's still good men left in this world. And then you ended up dating him. Oh, wait, maybe that's just me. The point is, we all have these moments in our lives. They can be small, seem insignificant, but they may very well send us on a new path. These serendipitous moments can also be terrifying. Like when you decide to lead guided meditations over Zoom during a global pandemic because the COO of Real Chemistry asked you to do it. Why do these beautiful moments add up the way they do? Why do whole love stories and movies revolve around them? Connection. That same study I mentioned before talks about how the serendipitous moment is really around the excitement of making a connection. Because my, oh my, how much we love that feeling. And this year has been such a struggle. We've had to find so many ways to connect since we can't hug anyone. And those of you that know me know how hard it's been for me because I'm like Olaf and like warm hugs. So before we dig into this busy day of transforming things digitally, I wanted to take a few moments and remind us all that as we seek out serendipity, that's why we look for these delicious moments of happy accidents. I want us to connect here in this meditation, feel a sense of community running through us, feel that we are not alone, even if we are in our apartments today. Remind us all that I'm a part of you and you're a part of me. So for today, maybe we trade self-consciousness for interest in another. We worry less about what people think of us and more about how someone is doing. Maybe that's how we connect and find those happy accidents. We connect with ourselves and then with something bigger than us. So once you have yourself in a comfy position, I want you to lightly close your eyes. I'll give you a minute to get comfortable. Just get that little half smile of the Buddha on your face. You can sit in a chair, sit on the floor, lie down, whatever's best for you. The point is to just be comfortable. I invite you all to come here as the most authentic version of yourself and leave all your preconceived notions of meditation aside and just be here, present in this moment with me. First thing I want you to do is instead of anchoring to the breath, I know some of you probably know that, I'd like you to create what's called a grounding cord, or you can call it a ball of light, whatever it is. Think of this ball of light in whatever bright color feels right for you. And just, you don't have to see it, you can feel it or you can hear it. The color, the point is to imagine this cord of light. Imagine it running from the base of your body into the center of the planet. Literally imagine this beam of light running from you into the earth, miles and miles down. And anchor it into the planet. Acknowledge the gravity pulling on you and your body. Set your grounding cord on release so that your energy is going into the center of the planet and getting neutralized. This is also a time when you can let go of any energy that isn't yours. You can picture dark colors leaving, stressful energies are being released. Take a breath. Any worries you have, let them go down through your grounding cord. Now let's get into the center of your head. I like to call this your control tower. You're safe here in the center of your head. Let it be very easy for you to see yourself there. It's behind your eyes. It's just a few inches back. There's really no thinking that goes on in that part of your head. Some people envision a chair where you can sit in the center of your head and be in control of your body and your life. You can come back here at any time if you get lost in your thoughts. It's very normal to get lost in your thoughts. Just breathe into that space. There's no right way to experience this, but there is a sense of calmness there. And remember, the point isn't to completely clear your head of thought. It's just to focus on the center of your head. This bid for connection, this feeling of serendipity, actually starts when we look to tune into ourselves, our own souls, really. The seed of it starts there. Because if we're not connecting to self, then how can we expect to seek those connections with others? How can we expect to find the beauty in the mundane if we can't find that beauty within? Now notice all the things you're connected to right now. You're connected to the chair, to the floor, to the room you're in. You're connected to this Zoom call. And it's okay if you hear a sound and get distracted. This is normal and will happen. Just come back to the center of your head and my voice. Just linger here with me for a while. Linger on my words. Linger on my voice. We're all sharing energy all the time. It flows back and forth from us every minute of every day, all day long. We as humans are in such a rush all the time. Calendar invites for everything, alarms for when to eat next. We've lost the art of lingering, wandering, frolicking, all of it. We're so busy getting from point A to B that we forget the middle. We forget the middle is where those serendipitous moments, that connection lives. You're allowed to be here. You're allowed to take this time for yourself. So just sit in this linger with me. It's okay if your mind wanders. Just bring it back to the center of your head when you can. So how do we practice our linger? What can we do? Write in your journal 1 minute longer. Stay on the phone a minute longer with your mom. Stay on the Zoom meeting just 1 minute longer. Talk to the Target checkout person for 30 extra seconds. Feel that pause and what it can bring to you. Because so much of life is in the pause, the waiting, the lingering. When we get lost in our work, in our busy lives, we get stuck thinking about the past or living in the future. We forget the present. We forget to be here in the linger. And that linger is where the magic happens. When I film a patient testimonial, it's usually those last 5 minutes of filming where I get the most beautiful, heartfelt moment after 5 hours of torturous interviewing. Don't miss that moment of connection because you've forgotten how to linger. And don't miss that moment of connection because you feel embarrassed or ashamed or like you're trying too hard or that you're giving more than the other person. We have to be active participants in our friendships, in our lives, active members of society. Right now, more than ever, we need to show up for people. And by showing up, we enable those serendipitous moments to happen. I know this takes work, but ask yourself, when you're lonely, what helps? Staying asleep or getting up and out of the bed and into action? You see, reaching out is so simple, and yet we make it so complicated. We overthink it. We judge ourselves. We worry about how it will be received. We question if it's the right time. I promise you, for the person you're reaching out to, this is the right time. Every day, we have the opportunity to connect with ourselves, with others, with the universe. We just have to show up for it. You see, reaching out is essential right now. We have a choice in how we live our days, my loves. Just because you're physically isolated doesn't mean your soul has to be. So participate in your life today. Participate in the lives of others. Do one thing, just one thing you wouldn't normally do today. Whatever that one thing is, just be open to receive that connection today, even if it makes you uncomfortable, especially if it makes you uncomfortable. Because that is sometimes where the most connection comes from. From the moments of discomfort. Often that's where the strongest bonds are formed. It's this lingering and paying attention that brings us the connection we all crave. It's in the serendipitous moments, even over a Zoom call, that we find a way to reach another, that we give ourselves the space to see the beauty in the simplest of moments. And those connections can last a lifetime. When I get bogged down in a moment that seems hard or doesn't fit where I am, I like to remind myself that only good will come of this. I realize that it's hard to stomach some days, but if you say this enough, these words will permeate your very being. Only good will come of this, my loves. Only good. Now I want to call all of that glorious energy back to you that we sent down your grounding cord. So I want you to imagine a big golden sun or a ball of light. You're almost in a bubble of it. It's at the top of your head, and just let it grow bigger. Let it call back your life force, your spirit. Let it gather up your energy wherever you left it. And just watch this big golden ball of light change and grow larger as you do this. Notice where your attention has been. Notice where your energy comes back from. See your bright colors and your energy returning to you into this golden sun. See self-care and validation coming back to you. When this golden sun is full, allow it to come into the top of your head and fill your entire body, your cells, everything with this beautiful neutral gold energy, like solid gold up in there. Just take your time. This is for you. Let some of the golden sun go into your aura and your grounding, so you're in the center of a golden ball of your own light. Take a really deep breath and release. And let yourself be replenished with all this light. Honor yourself for taking the time to be here with all of us today. Human connection is something we're all craving right now, and we are all one in this moment together. Now you can start to kind of move your hands and your feet and slowly open your eyes. Maybe dump some of that excess energy off. Man, do I feel connected to all of you guys. Connection is something we must be active participants in. We can't just expect people to show up for us. By being in the world and striving for connection, we get that back. I wanted to read a little passage. I think we have enough time. It's from the Stephen Johnson's book, Where Good Ideas Come From. He talks a lot about serendipity in this book. And this passage to me, I think we're good. So the English language is blessed with a wonderful word that captures the power of accidental connection, serendipity. First coined in a letter written by the English novelist Horace Walpole in 1754. The word derives from a Persian fairy tale titled The Three Princes of Serendip, the protagonists of which were always making discoveries by accident and sagacity of things that were not in quest of. The contemporary novelist John Barth describes it in nautical terms. You don't reach serendip by plotting a course for it. You have to set out on a good faith for elsewhere and lose your bearings serendipitously. But serendipity is not just about embracing random encounters for the sheer exhilaration of it. Serendipity is built out of happy accidents, to be sure. But what makes them happy is the fact that the discovery you've made is meaningful to you. It completes a hunch or opens up a door in the adjacent possible that you had overlooked. Serendipity needs unlikely collisions and discoveries, but it also needs something to anchor those discoveries. Otherwise, your ideas are like carbon atoms randomly colliding with other atoms in the primordial soup without ever forming the rings and lattices of organic life. So it's connection. After that serendipitous moment, it's that connection that holds us all together. Thank you for being here with me today. My light will forever see your light. And as I always like to say at the end, don't forget to hydrate. Thank you.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much. What a great way to ground the day. I needed that. And so I think a lot of folks that tuned in needed that. Really appreciate that. And it's just such a good thinking and good, way to connect. With that, we're going to give everyone a 5-minute break. So hydrate. I'm going to hydrate. Get another cup of coffee, get your breakfast taco or whatever you like for breakfast. And we're going to come back in 5 minutes and we are going to be talking about vaccine confidence in the US and around the world. This is the one that I mentioned, led by Chuck Heeman with ARF, Ipsos, and the Kaiser Family Foundation. So don't go anywhere, keep your stream going, but join us back in 5 minutes to get into the program. So thanks again, Kelly.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, or welcome for those of you that are just joining us. I'm Aaron Strout, the CMO of Real Chemistry, formerly W2O. We are a global health innovation firm, and we're bringing you an amazing lineup of great content as part of South by Southwest. This specific room that you're in right now is our Healthcare Media Lounge, and we've got a great lineup of content all day. So please leave us on in the background, even if you need to take a quick break. A few housekeeping notes that I'd like to make sure that you're aware of before we get started with our actual content today. We just did a meditation session. The first of which is that we are recording today's session. And I know everyone always asks, so if you missed anything, yes, it will be recorded. We'll send an email around for all registrants. So if you need to share with a client or a friend, or you want to go back and watch something, then we'll absolutely be sending that around. We won't necessarily have time at all of the sessions to ask questions, but some we will. We do welcome you to put your comments if you see something insightful or want to ask a question, if we do have time to get to it, in the box on the right-hand side. You're watching this on YouTube live, so please make sure you go ahead and do that. And then lastly, I do want to just remind everyone that we will be doing a hashtag. It's RealChem, South by Southwest. That's RealChem SXSW. And if you want to follow along with the conversation, that's a great way to do that on your favorite channel, whether that's Twitter. If you want to post something on LinkedIn or Instagram, Facebook, please go ahead and use that as your hashtag. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the moderator of today's session. This is resident smarty pants at Real Chemistry and longtime friend, but truly a wonderful gentleman, Chuck Heeman. Chuck is the practice leader of our integrated intelligence and activation here at Real Chemistry. And the session he'll be leading will be titled, It's the Latest in Vaccine Confidence Data in the US and around the world. So with that, Chuck, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks everybody for joining Real Chemistry's Healthcare Media Lounge at South by Southwest 2021. We're really excited to be here. Really important topic to talk about. The title of today's session is The Dynamics of Increasing Vaccine Confidence in the US and around the world. Before we get into the topic at hand, a few logistical items for you. First, there's a couple of hashtags if you are willing and interested to share anything that you hear from today's panelists. Those hashtags are hashtag W2O South by Southwest and hashtag RealChem South by Southwest. A couple of other logistical items. For those of you that may have missed it, on March 10th, W2O announced that 20 years after its founding, we are now becoming Real Chemistry. Real Chemistry is a global health innovation company designed to improve the health outcomes across today's rapidly changing healthcare ecosystem. After 20 years of doing business, this new era integrates 12 acquisitions to design and deliver data-driven, technology-enabled healthcare solutions for our clients. Make sure to check out that announcement. So with that, transitioning out of the logistics, I'm really excited about today's conversation. We've got a lot of really great experts on this topic. I'm joined today by Liz Hamill, who's the VP and Director of Public Opinion and Survey Research for the Kaiser Family Foundation, Chris Jackson, who's the SVP and Head of Polling for Ipsos, Scott McDonald, who's the CEO and President of ARF, and of course, I'm Chuck Heeman. I'm the practice leader in charge of integrated intelligence and activation for Real Chemistry. In the interest of time, I want to make sure that we share with you the insights that we have around this topic. And so I want to start and kind of ground us today by hearing from both Chris and Liz about the things that they have learned over the course of the last, say, 12 months or so about people's feelings toward COVID-19, and now more recently about the vaccine. And the way we're going to structure today's dialogue is you're going to first hear from Chris, who's going to share some perspectives at kind of the global level, and then Liz will talk about some of the things that Kaiser has found, but very specifically in the US, and then we'll have a dialogue around some of these insights that follow. So Chris, I don't know if you want to take us away and start sharing some of the things that you guys have learned at Ipsos.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. It's great to be here with you all. Real pleasure to be with you and Real Chemistry, Scott and the ARF, and then of course Liz and the Kaiser Family Foundation. Liz and Kaiser are sort of the preeminent experts in Americans' view of the healthcare system and American interaction with the healthcare system. So it's just great to share a stage with them. But what I wanted to do is share some of our data about how public opinion has developed over the course of the pandemic across the last year. If you're not familiar with Ipsos, we are a global market and public opinion research firm. We're active in 90 countries. We do research in virtually every country around the world. And COVID actually popped up on our radar relatively early, and we were actually in the field in January in early February of 2020 as the pandemic really sort of got its start around the world. And the first thing I want to show you is just how much things have changed in essentially the course of a year. From early February last year, which is essentially before the pandemic sort of functionally began in most countries, to now, the amount of concern people have is just absolutely skyrocketed. We can see, it's much more dominant, much more central. And I think that reflects the extent to which the pandemic has become sort of the central challenge of our era, right? And it's such a dominant topic. And then when we turn to some of the different views, though, we're seeing some really interesting trends where even in a lot of these countries, we're still not seeing people seeing the pandemic as a threat to them personally. It's still seen as much more of a threat to the country, a threat to the economy. But we still have about a third of people in our most recent wave in February saying that it's a personal threat, right? So there is a little bit of a disconnect from it sort of being seen as an immediate personal existential risk and a more general national one. Then one of the other side effects of the pandemic has been that a lot of the countries dealing with it have struggled, and this I think feeds into some of the discussion we'll have about the vaccine specifically, to deal with it effectively. And you can see in some of our tracking data across the last year, confidence in national governments to deal with the pandemic has really fallen in most places. In the United States particularly, it actually fell a lot more than this and then rebounded after the Biden administration came into office. So, it's really sort of a story of governments struggling to deal with the pandemic and people starting off with a pretty high degree of faith or confidence and then seeing that erode over the course of the last year. And the other piece of this, and again, I think it's important that feeds into the discussion of the vaccine, is while confidence in governments has eroded, confidence in local health providers and public health professionals has started off and remained very robust in places around the world, right? And this is essentially people trusting the people that are the frontline workers, the ones who are sort of delivering the healthcare services, and they've retained a pretty high degree of trust and confidence from people around the world. So turning to what people are sort of expecting, we're not really seeing people expecting this to be over anytime in the near future. There is still some time ahead of us, according to what most people say, but this time horizon is starting to shrink, right? And there are people sort of expecting it to be done, the pandemic to be done sooner. Again, sort of just in the US, we're seeing that even sort of increasing more so with people really expecting the pandemic to be sort of dealt with by late summer, early fall. So that's sort of the runway people are seeing as we talk about the rollout of the vaccine. So speaking of the rollout of the vaccine, we've seen interest in it climb very significantly around the world. We started asking questions about the vaccine in October of 2020. At that time, very few people said that they were that they strongly agreed and that they would get the vaccine if it were available to them. That number has climbed to where we have majorities and then super majorities in most countries saying that they would get the vaccine if it were easily available to them, readily available rather, to them. And it continues to climb relatively quickly. This is late January data compared to December data in these markets around the world. And you can see double digits increase in the amount of people who are looking to get the vaccine. Now, and people are looking to get the vaccine essentially as soon as it is available to them, right? It's not necessarily an aspect of people waiting for it to be around for a while, waiting for other people to get it. Again, we see majorities, and in many places, super majorities of people that are essentially wanting to get it as soon as it is available, right? They do not want to wait. They don't want it to be on the market. They don't want to take their time. And I think that's why we're seeing sort of increasing pressure on some of the operational aspects of vaccine rollout, because people really, really want to have access to it. But when we turn to some of the concerns about the vaccine, we do still see significant numbers of people who do express some sort of worry, right? And the number one worry really are sort of a two-parter of either worried about side effects or worried that the trials and testing and development went too fast. Those both fundamentally are about health concerns and safety concerns. They're just sort of different ways to express it. And then there's another number of other concerns that are sort of feeding into it. And it sort of goes like that old Tolstoy quote of all happy families being alike, but all unhappy families being different in their own way. The individual sort of reasons why people are not wanting to get the vaccine are actually highly varied across markets. There's a lot of sort of local context that feeds into that. And I think Liz and her data from the Kaiser Family Foundation will be able to provide a lot more explanation for what's driving that in the United States.
Thanks, Chris, for that great overview of what's happening around the world. And as Chuck said, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into the dynamics of vaccine attitudes in the US. For those of you who are not familiar with KFF, we are a nonprofit organization focused on the major health issues facing the nation. And in our public opinion and survey research program, we really try to be the voice of the public in health policy debates. So we've been looking at people's experiences and attitudes with COVID-19 since last year. But in December, we launched our COVID-19 vaccine monitor project to really take a deep dive and understand the dynamic nature of people's attitudes and experiences with the COVID-19 vaccine. So we've been tracking people's intentions to get the vaccine or not get it. We've been tracking who they see as trusted messengers and the messages that are most likely to motivate them. We're looking at people's information needs and their experiences with the vaccine. And you can see a little bit here about the methods that we use to collect this data. I will say that our surveys have oversamples of populations that are really of interest in terms of vaccine confidence. So looking at older adults, Black and Latino adults, and people living in rural areas. So if we take a look at what we've seen since December, if we start in December, we found that about a third of the public at that point was really eager to get the vaccine. They said they wanted it as soon as they can. About 4 in 10 said they would wait and see how it was working for others before getting it themselves. And then 9% said they would get it only if it was required for work, school, or other activities. And 15% said they definitely didn't want to get it. And what we've seen over time is an increase in the share that's really in that eager group. So by February, over half the public said they had either already gotten the vaccine or they wanted it as soon as they could get it. The size of that wait and see group had shrunk to 22%. But where we haven't seen any movement yet is in those final two groups. Those have been about the same since December. The share saying they definitely won't get the vaccine or they'll get it only if required. Now, if we look at who falls into each one of those groups, which should be shown on the next slide, we've seen that sort of eager group, the people who've already gotten it or want to get it as soon as they can. Some of the good news, it's disproportionately made up of the people at highest risk. So older adults, people who have a serious health condition, they're much more likely to say they want to get the vaccine right away. If we look at that wait and see group, we see a concerning sign that Black and Hispanic adults, these are populations that have borne a disproportionate impact of the pandemic, both economically and in terms of the health impacts. Those groups are more likely to say they want to wait and see how the vaccine is working for other people before getting it themselves. And then if we look at the groups that want to get it only if required or definitely not get it, this is where we see sort of the political dynamics that have played out in vaccine attitudes. We see that Republicans are the group that is most likely to say they're definitely not going to get the vaccine. And if you look back at that, disproportionately likely to say they want to get it right away, we see Democrats on that side. So we see a lot of different dynamics playing out in terms of where people fall on the vaccine intention spectrum. You know, a lot of efforts to increase vaccine confidence at this point have really been focused on that wait and see group, because right now they're the most likely to be able to convert into a vaccine enthusiastic group. And so this is drilling down a little bit more to try and understand what are the concerns. You know, some of the concerns that Chris showed in his research as well are reflected here, but we got a little bit more granular. And what we see, first of all, across the board, the top concern for all groups is that they might experience serious side effects from the vaccine. But we also found that there were lots of other concerns that people have. And some of these concerns were much more prominent among Black and Hispanic adults who say they want to wait and see before getting the vaccine. So we found that majorities of Black and Hispanic adults were concerned that they might get COVID-19 from the vaccine, that they might miss work if they had side effects that made them feel sick, that they might have to pay out of pocket to get the vaccine, or that they won't be able to get the vaccine from a place they trust. And some other logistical concerns as well, not being able to travel to a vaccination site or needing to take time off of work to get the vaccine. So if we think about how to address these concerns, they kind of fall into different buckets. And one thing that we've learned in our research is that a lot of what is labeled as hesitancy is really reflecting a lot of legitimate concerns and information needs that people have. So some of these, the things you see I've highlighted in green, these are things that can be addressed by delivering accurate information to people from trusted sources, assuring them that the vaccine can't give you COVID-19 and assuring them that they won't have to pay out of pocket to get it. Other concerns could be addressed by policies that could be implemented by employers or government, giving people paid time off work to get the vaccine or paid time off work if they have side effects, making sites accessible. You know, the trust building piece may be the hardest in terms of assuring people they can get the vaccine from a place that they trust. This really requires partnering with trusted organizations in the communities that you're trying to reach. You know, as Chris mentioned, local healthcare providers, people's own doctors that they have relationships with, and other healthcare providers. Our research has also shown that these are the most trusted places that people want to go to get information about the vaccine across demographic groups. And, you know, one of the ways at KFF that we're sort of harnessing that trust in healthcare providers and also looking at how to deliver accurate information to people is this campaign that we launched recently called The Conversation Between Us About Us. And we had Black adults who are healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, different professions, doing videos where they answer questions in a very straightforward way to help deliver this information to people. And this is going out across social media. It's part of a strategy that can help meet people where they are and give them the information that they need. You know, as I mentioned, a lot of the focus so far has been on communicating with the audience that says they want to wait and see before making a decision about getting the vaccine. But I think different strategies are going to be necessary when we think about how to communicate with those who are starting out by saying flat out, I'm not going to get the vaccine. These people have a range of attitudes that really stand out in terms of how they think about the pandemic overall and how they think about the vaccine. They overwhelmingly say that getting vaccinated is a personal choice versus a collective responsibility for everybody to protect everybody's health. Most of them are not worried about getting sick from COVID-19. They say the seriousness of the pandemic has been exaggerated in the news, and you know, their behaviors sort of reflect a different set of attitudes as well. they are saying they're not wearing masks when they're going out in public. They don't believe that wearing masks prevent the spread of COVID-19. And they have a different level of trust in national messengers. So most of them don't trust the CDC for reliable information. So when we think about getting to herd immunity and the need to bring more people on board, different strategies will be needed for communicating with those folks who are starting out from a definitely not perspective. So just a couple points to wrap up. First of all, I think we're all aware that the situation on the ground is evolving quickly. Right now, we're in a situation in the US where demand for the vaccine exceeds supply. We're eventually going to be in a situation where the reverse is true. And how quickly that demand dries up will really depend a lot on how news and information travels and is consumed over the next few months. A second takeaway point is that vaccine hesitancy is often an oversimplification. People have a lot of legitimate questions and concerns, and it may take time to address those and make them feel at ease with taking the vaccine. Another point to keep in mind is that access is critical. This is not just about focusing on people's attitudes, but really making sure that they have access to the vaccine and they have access to information that they need to make choices. And finally, I think we need to start doing more to understand how to reach that 15% in the definitely not group, and it may require more creative, longer-term strategies.
Really interesting findings. Obviously, in preparation for today's discussion, I've had a chance to go through your slides a few times, and I love just hearing the voiceover and what our audience needs to take away from them. I have a handful of questions that I want to dive a little bit deeply into, and Scott, I want to start with you. Because I think the COVID-19 pandemic, I think it's probably an oversimplification to say it changed everything, but it did change. It changed everything, including the way that marketing and communications professionals engage their audiences. The audience behaviors of sort of pre-pandemic have probably changed forever. And I'm wondering if you could sort of talk a little bit about, we're on a seemingly positive trajectory today. What should marketers and communicators be thinking about as we're getting more shots in arms and we're returning to whatever that kind of new normal will look like?
Well, from the perspective of the ARF, where we hear a lot from our members all of the time about what they're doing and what they're focused on, they're very much focused right now on kind of the timing of the return to normal, whatever it is. And of course, a lot of focus on which behaviors stay as they have been during the pandemic and which ones change. I think in some ways, though, what's really interesting to me about what has just been presented is the degree to which it reinforces what we understand about how opinions change and how advertising actually works. So all of those people that are predisposed to get a vaccine already tend to also be the ones who don't have as many problems with trusting government organizations and the CDC and health professionals and science and things of that sort. They're easy to persuade. They're sort of very persuadable right away. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have the extremes of mistrust. And those people are indeed going to be very, very hard to get to. The in-between group, the people that are kind of in the wait and see category, are classic examples of what Paul Lazarsfeld described back in the 1940s, a great sociologist at Columbia, about the two-step communication process, where the people get their cues from what the norm is, from what they see their neighbors and their peer groups doing. What's different now is that we've got social media. So those friends and peer groups might be people that you've never ever met before. And there's room in there for a lot of mischief. I think that, the same things that marketers trying to sell any service or product are focused on is how do we build social media communication along with our other forms of advertising and communication because they recognize how much of our behavior and thinking is social. And I think that will be the key to success for the campaigns that we're talking about here to try to boost vaccination rates.
I want to pick up on, actually, it's a thread that Liz talked about, that Chris talked about, that Scott, you just hit on, which is trust, but specifically trust within minority populations or people of color. And Liz, I wanted to come to you because you shared some research at the end about attitudes toward the vaccine within that sort of group of people. And I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just sort of elaborating a little bit about what you have found when you've talked to those people. How do we best kind of change attitudes or change perceptions or educate on all the rigor that goes into vaccine development and how we've gotten to this place?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that we've learned. One is first to listen to people's concerns, take them seriously, and empathize with them. A lot of these concerns come from, Chris mentioned a place of fear, but also just a place of newness. Nobody has before seen a vaccine developed this fast. I think understanding that people's concerns are legitimate and then trying to give them accurate information. I think also for a lot of the folks who are working on the ground, they would say, start a dialogue. Don't expect to convince people in one conversation. It may take many conversations over the course of time to get them to a place where they're comfortable making a choice to take the vaccine themselves.
It's fascinating. I mean, this conversation could probably go on for days and days and days, and you all respectively have a lot of research. I want to come to Chris though, because in sort of our discussions pre today's session, and then even in some of the research you shared today, one of the dynamics that I'm fascinated about is sort of that new normal, or what does the end of the pandemic actually look like? And once we reach this state of herd immunity, we will table the discussion of what that actually means for another day. I'm curious if you wouldn't mind sort of sharing what you all have found in terms of what, if consumers can even articulate what the end of the pandemic actually looks like.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for most people, certainly for most Americans, the start of the pandemic has some pretty clear signifiers. People are able to sort of reflect back and think back to when it was first declared a national emergency, when the state they live in, first initiated lockdowns, or even some of the more pop culture signifiers like Tom Hanks getting it, or the NBA canceling their season, stuff like that. But the end of the pandemic, I think, is not going to have as clear signposts, and Americans right now are very much trying to figure out how to navigate through that. And we're seeing that in our data, where we ask people questions about, once you get the vaccine, what are you going to do? Are you going to start interacting with people? Are you going to start taking off your mask and going about your life? And people are very sort of mixed in what they say. And there's a lot of uncertainty about what the end of the pandemic looks like. People don't really have a clear notion. Recently the CDC issued some guidance on what vaccinated people can do. I think that's probably a very helpful start. But it's one of those things that it's going to require a very sustained communications effort on the part of public health officials, but also on the part of sort of all of these sort of more retail or local persons that are trusted messengers to reach these folks, to sort of help people navigate through all of this. Because like Liz said, this is all new. This is all something that people have never had to deal with before. And when you add in sort of the fear and sort of the existential crisis of potentially dying from something you can't see, with all the sort of trauma of, the millions of Americans who've lost someone in the last year, it makes it just a very, very potent sort of stew that I think is going to take a lot of work for people to figure out how to come out of. And I don't think anyone has a clear idea of what normal will look like post-pandemic. I think we'll be reckoning with this for years to come.
And I think it's probably safe to say, right, that even that sort of post-pandemic world, there's no homogeneous perspective about what that actually looks like. It's probably different country to country, state to state. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's right. And I think, it's particularly different when you sort of look at it, at least in the United States, bipartisanship. And that's not something we've really talked about here, but that is one of the major drivers of attitudes about the pandemic, where Democrats, even post-vaccine, are talking about maintaining social distancing, maintaining mask wearing, things like that, versus Republicans who really have, in a lot of ways, said that they've already stopped doing a lot of that stuff, even though many of them haven't gotten a vaccine. So yeah, it is, I think, going to very much be sort of a very fractured world, which honestly is sort of what the world was like before the pandemic began. There was a lot of divisions in society. And, despite some people trying to do their best to use this as an opportunity to bring people together, there is going to be a lot of differences coming out of it, with a lot of people sort of in very different headspaces.
Yeah, I mean, all three of you have talked a little bit about this in pieces and parts, but what I find fascinating is that this is such a nuanced topic and totally inappropriate for a Twitter or a Facebook or a read a headline sort of society. There is a lot of nuance in both consumer perception, how the vaccine gets rolled out, how a vaccine even gets developed in the first place. I want to sort of wrap with a couple of thoughts from you about, one, how do we overcome the sort of general lack of trust that people feel in government? They are looking to other sources. You've all talked about it for information, but how do we overcome that trust issue? And then a companion piece, and you're all researchers, so you'll absolutely 1000% hate this question. But if you will look into your crystal ball, like what is the next 3 to 6 months of the vaccine distribution and consumer attitudes actually look like? And I'll start with you, Scott, if you want to try to tackle that two-headed monster of a question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be able to do the second part of the double barrel, but I think that I mentioned Lazarsfeld before, and this whole idea of people getting the information that they trust the most from someone that's in their personal network, and that I think is particularly going to be important for that wait and see group. So I think each of the items that Liz noted, and she said, you got to empathize. Some of these things have legitimacy. Some of them are incorrect, but you need to kind of activate the trusted messengers within those communities to actually be able to move the needle. It can be done. And there's a whole science of networks now, not just the social media kind, but how you actually activate social change. And I think that's really where I would be looking for help. Those people are very susceptible to advertising messages, but it won't do it all on its own. It needs actually a network activation component. I am optimistic that the vaccines will win against the variants, and that we will be able to return to something closer to normalcy. And I'm sort of one of those bar charts that was shown about when that would be. I'm guessing the fall, but what normal looks like is still to be determined. We're going to carry over a lot of the behaviors that we learned in the pandemic in work and in everyday life, I think. So.
I think you're right. Liz.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Scott that as more people see their friends and family members getting vaccinated, we're going to convert more of those wait and see folks to say, yes, I'm ready to get it. But I do think, once we have most of the really high risk people vaccinated, we're going to see a big decline in hospitalizations and deaths. And then we are going to be left with this group that's starting out with, well, why should I get it right now? Well, once we're in a situation where almost nobody's dying from it anymore, or it's not, you know, those big numbers are not in the headlines anymore, it's a different calculation. If I don't feel like I'm personally at risk, I need different motivators to convince me to get out and get the vaccine. And so I think we're going to have a long tail if we really do, you know, expect to get a large majority of the population vaccinated. I think it is going to take a long time to get there and require a long ground game.
Chris.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really important to understand in this conversation about the vaccine effort is to actually understand just how divided and sort of bifurcated American society is right now, particularly along the lines of partisanship, and that really highly correlates with media consumption habits. And I think the point Liz and Scott were both making about trusted messengers holds true in that space as well. And I think one of the challenges is if you're trying to speak to conservatives, which as Liz's data showed, make up the majority of those sort of hard pass people, going at them with public health experts or with government officials at a time when the government's controlled by Democrats or celebrities or anything else like that is going to essentially fall on deaf ears. We need to essentially find conservative voices who will be advocating for getting the vaccine to reach these people and to sort of convince them, you know, again, from people essentially within their community, as Scott was saying. And it's really important to understand that it is sort of a very much separate sort of worldview, separate sort of world, separate media ecosystem that doesn't necessarily overlap a lot. When it comes to sort of looking at what things are going to look like over the near term, I think we are starting to reach a point where expectations are climbing, and that I think will potentially make the next couple of months potentially more tense, especially as we're seeing some states pushing to open up quickly now. Americans, the majority of Americans are expecting to get back to normal sometime this fall, you know, later this year, but that time point sort of keeps creeping forward a little bit, where we're now essentially 40% of Americans are expecting to be able to get back to normal at some point, essentially up to about August of this year, right? And that number is up from about 25% who thought the same earlier this year. So as people see the vaccine roll out, as people get the vaccine, we're going to see increasing pressures for people to start resuming their normal life. But as Liz was just pointing out, I think the challenges of actually getting the pandemic under control, actually getting things to the point where people aren't really dying at large rates is going to be an ongoing challenge, potentially producing a long tail.
The phenomenal insights. I really appreciate it, and thank you for indulging my interest in looking into the crystal ball. I know I'm an analytics person, researcher at heart. I understand that is a uneasy ground to play in, but I think all three of you gave some really great insights. I'm conscious of time, and so I want to thank Liz Hamill, Chris Jackson, and Scott McDonald for sharing a lot of great research, a lot of great insights during today's conversation. Hopefully you all enjoyed the conversation. Again, please make sure to check out those hashtags we shared earlier. And if you want to dig in and learn a little bit more, you know, please feel free to ping us on Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever you use your social media channels. So thank you all. Appreciate the time.
Well, that was great, wasn't it? I want to say thank you to Chuck, Liz, Scott, and Chris for educating us on really some great detail on who's going to get the vaccines, who won't, why they won't. And I think those slides are really helpful in terms of being able to see the data. We are checking in with Chris and with Liz to see if they'll be willing to share. So we'll get back to everyone and make sure that we update you on that. I do want to take 1 second too. I'm just catching up on the news to acknowledge the 8 murders that happened in Atlanta last night, 7 of which were women, 6 of which were Asian women. Horrible tragedy. Here at Real Chemistry, our hearts are with the families. We don't ever tolerate anything like this, and it's horrific. So I didn't want to go the full day. I'll say more on that a little bit later. I know we're putting a message out on our social channels acknowledging it, but I did want to make sure that everyone knew that I was tracking, we were tracking. So I'm so sorry to detract, from a day of content, but this is an important message to make sure that we get out there. With that, I'm going to say, let's take another break. Next up, we'll be talking with an expert panel on doing good and doing well. We have Josh Campbell, John Awada, and Susan Sabat, and you're going to be thrilled with all of that content. So thank you so much for staying tuned, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just about 15, 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Aaron Strout, CMO of Real Chemistry. And if you haven't been watching, then welcome to our South by Southwest Healthcare Media Lounge. We're excited to have you here. A couple of quick housekeeping notes before I hand you off to our next amazing session. We are recording this and we will be sharing with everyone that has registered for the event. So if you need, we have links on our Twitter and other places. We do want people to ask questions for this one. This is a live session, and I know Josh and Susan and John will be taking some questions. So on YouTube Live on the right-hand side, if you want to enter your questions there, we'll be conveying those to Josh toward the end of the session. And then, if you'd like to, we encourage you to join the conversation on the social medias using the Real Chem South by Southwest hashtag. That's REAL CHEM SXSW. And with that, I would like to introduce you to Josh Campbell, who is the CEO of Clara Media, formerly Techonomy, which is part of the brand. And today he will be talking about doing well and doing good with a couple of rock star guests. So without further ado, Josh, I will let you take it away.
Great. Thanks, Aaron, and thanks everyone for joining us today as part of South by Southwest. Thought appropriate to be shooting today from a bar. Wish we were all in Austin together this year, hopefully next year. As Aaron mentioned, I'm Josh Campbell. I'm the CEO of Clara Media. We're a group of media companies all focused on how technology and business is a lever for progress. So really excited to jump into this conversation around doing well, doing good, conscious capitalism, profits with purpose, depending on how you want to call it, and we'll get into that. Have two great people that I've known different lengths, but known for a while. Susan Sabat, who is formerly the president of Global Commercial Services at American Express, who now serves as faculty of the Conscious Business Leadership Academy, and John Awada, who used to be a great partner of Techonomy's when he was running communications and marketing at IBM. Now who's an executive fellow at the Yale School of Management. John and Susan, great to have you here.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks for having us.
So, I want to start because we have probably a very sort of diverse audience here. I mean, the South by audience will really range from entrepreneurs to people in all industries to senior executives. But, we set the stage of talking about this idea of, conscious capitalism. Susan, why don't you give a little context, as, both in your current role as well as when you were at American Express, on what is conscious capitalism, and in the context of business, how are you thinking about that?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And thanks everyone for tuning in. This is a really important topic. Conscious capitalism is an approach to doing business that basically proposes that businesses perform better when they're fully aware or conscious of their impact in the world. And it was coined in 2013 in a book by Raj Sisodia and John Mackey that basically centered on the example of Whole Foods. And it has since grown and matured into a global movement, which incorporates a philosophy of doing business that essentially has four distinct elements. The first element is purpose. And basically that just means a reason for being that's not self-serving. In other words, how is society better off because your company exists? Now, many companies have a purpose or a mission or an intention, but conscious companies use their purpose to fuel their business model, and they use their business model to fuel their purpose. So for example, when I managed the small business division of American Express, our purpose was to help small businesses to do more business so that the small business economy would thrive. Now, this was good for small businesses as Amex became a resource to learn how to grow from either exporting or doing business with the government or learning how to use social media, or in fact, benefit from the shop small movement that we created at the time. This was also good for American Express because the healthier a business is, the more they'll use American Express for cash flow and payment needs. So the next element is a stakeholder perspective. And that's basically a full view of what I call the ecosystem that a company's a part of. Certainly that includes shareholders, employees, customers, suppliers, the community, and in fact, the planet. Now, taking a stakeholder view allows us to see where interests intersect among them. And sometimes you can get efficiency or innovation out of that. So for example, Danny Meyer's Union Square Hospitality Group obviously recognizes that extensive training and development and better pay for their employees can create an exceptional experience for diners. And when diners have an exceptional experience, they're willing to pay a premium, which in fact benefits shareholders. And Danny would say that he's committed to a welcoming and inclusive workplace for all of his colleagues so that Union Square Hospitality can be committed to the same thing for their guests. The next element is conscious culture, which is where a culture of caring really is better than a culture of oppression. I mean, who wants to go to work on Monday if they're worried about what their experience is going to be? And so having a conscious culture means having one that really listens to employees and their needs. So a quick example is at Boxed. Boxed is essentially an online Costco. Che Wang is Boxed CEO, and he created a fund for crisis needs of Boxed employees. Now, this in Boxed culture of caring really helped them get through the early days of the pandemic when every other entity was experiencing tremendous folks calling in, not wanting to go to work because they were worried for their safety. But interestingly, Boxed, when they needed to serve their customers who had higher demand in that moment, they did not have a single basis point of increased absenteeism. And that's because of the trust that they created due to their caring culture. And the last element is conscious leadership. And that's basically where values rule: integrity, transparency, fairness, humanity. And that's where values-based leadership is valued and essentially rewarded. So essentially the premise is that there's no institution in the world that's bigger than business, right? Across the world.
Right.
In fact, if you look at Edelman or you look at Morningstar, people value and trust business leaders more than they even trust clergy today, more than they trust nonprofit leaders, more than they trust the government. Businesses have more resources, they're more innovative, and they touch more people through employment or through their customers than any other institution. So if not us, then who?
No, and I think that's great. You touched on a whole lot of things I think want to unpack in the next only 20 minutes. But John, you know, as someone who spent, you know, decades in, you know, a big corporation, moving over to Yale, really to, you know, the fellowship that you're a part of was meant to, you know, sort of really look at how business leadership, you know, is evolving in this area of stakeholder capitalism. You know, talk a little about the research that you're doing at Yale, some of the learnings, and really what is the goal and the output of the work that you're doing.
I think Susan did a beautiful job of describing the what and the why. My work at Yale is focused on the how. So if you assume that businesses and business leaders are embracing conscious capitalism or stakeholder capitalism, the idea that the company exists to create value for multiple stakeholders, that's a great thing to be doing, whatever your motivation is. The question is this simply a shift in mindset, or does it also require skill and acumen and tools and method so that you as a leadership team, you're really good at this. You could be committed to it. You could be passionate about it. And maybe it yields to the familiar business practices that are well known and honed. But what we're discovering through our interviews with CEOs and CXOs and other folks who are in this space is there is a gap. Just to illustrate that, if you ask a CEO who is committed to stakeholder capitalism or conscious capitalism, when you think about creating value for your workforce, the customer, civil society, and the investor, do you think about this as at times their interests, their requirements are going to conflict with each other, and therefore the skill is one of making trade-offs, finding common ground. Every single executive and leader I've spoken with says, no, it is not about the art of trade-offs, negotiation, and finding common ground. It is, my words, it is innovation. And when there are competing or conflicting interests, like we want more profits, earnings, and we want more for less price, customer, and we want better wages and benefits, workforce, you say, I can't satisfy all of these stakeholders, therefore let's find the right place. No, they say these are constraints or requirements, and the only way to solve them, not the only way, but we often see is a form of business innovation. Sometimes it's technical innovation, but it's not limited to that. It could be innovation in compensation systems, in pension systems, in go-to-market approaches. It could be innovations in supply chain, and yes, in products and services themselves. And because it yields to that, it can be taught. I mean, those are skills. I mean, Josh, you know this. I mean, this is what you've been advocating for quite a while, is innovation that's not bounded by, coders and engineers. It is a skill that can be widely adopted.
But John, you talk about sort of asking various C-suite executives. I do want to rewind a little, and obviously you were a very senior communications and marketing executive within a big company. This idea of CSR used to be owned primarily by marketing and comms, right?
Yes.
How and what was this shift? And again, people can point to Larry Fink in 2019 writing, the letter that got everyone, more aware. But what was the shift that we're seeing in the mainstream now between CSR as a PR and sort of nice to have versus a must have as part of the corporate strategy?
I don't know if it's a shift in the case of IBM or it's always been in our DNA from our founding, but it comes and goes. I think in my experience at IBM, part of it is very well-known business principles of competition and differentiation. So you can do lots of good things with money and employee volunteer programs. And we have a huge workforce who want to give their time in communities. And we have the capacity to write checks. And when we were in the PC business, for example, to give away, technology. But if you say, let's hold up the lens called materiality, or what could really make an impact? What can we do uniquely, or at least in a differentiated way? You suddenly go from somebody's good idea to do something good for schools or for the youth or for poverty or for the planet. And there's no shortage of issues that you can address with money and good people. But you say, where are we differentiated? And suddenly the realm of possibility through just reasoning comes down to a shorter list. And because it's a shorter list, it has the merits of being focused, of global scale, of energy, of concentration, and impact, hopefully. So we went from, when I was at corporate headquarters, we went from giving money away to hundreds and hundreds of things, all of them worthy, to focusing on a smaller number of things and unifying our people, employees wanting to give time, our check writing and technology donations, and it just made a greater impact.
Right. No, and that's great. So again, I think you talked about choices. I do want to get to this idea of, is it truly a choice of, we used all of these different phrases earlier, right? Profits over purpose, or purpose over profit, or doing well and doing good. Susan, again, in the work you're doing now or at American Express, was that a choice? Was that a choice of like, okay, I can make more money or I could do better for society? Do those two go hand in hand? Because I think some people would argue they have a, fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, but is that truly a choice that leaders have to make?
It definitely can feel that way sometimes. There's, especially as entrepreneurs, people are under great pressure for delivering in a series of sprints, right? You're always trying to hit another milestone so that your investors continue to fund your business idea. And in large companies, you have the same issue where you have quarterly results and you've got to get there and meet expectations. And sometimes it can feel like, oh my gosh, I have to make a choice if I'm going to deliver against what my shareholders expect, and how to address the needs of employees or address the needs of my customers, or not damage the environment. I mean, I think the trick here is to look over time, and I'll underscore what John said about the opportunity for the magic of innovation when you try and solve a problem at the intersection of these needs. And what you will find is when you look over a longer period of time, often shareholders will benefit out of the activities that you do that are not damaging to the environment, that are better for your employees and better for your customers. I mean, you can take a look at Unilever today. They've been in the news this year about the decision that they made to ensure that each of their suppliers actually provide a living wage to all of their employees. Now, that's part of Unilever's philosophy of making a sustainable life something that everyone can have. Now, one might say, oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's going to increase their costs. Now, it is going to increase their costs. However, it's also going to reduce attrition. It's going to increase productivity, and it's going to increase passion and commitment to delivering for Unilever's entire ecosystem. So I think sometimes we're put in a situation where we have to make decisions that we are going to choose doing what's right, even over what is short-term profitable.
Well, and I think interesting enough there, when you talk about all those different stakeholders in the ecosystem, there are going to be times where there are trade-offs between serving one stakeholder over another. I was on a call yesterday with a board member of one of the largest sort of oil and gas companies. And they said, look, there are billions of people who are trying to deliver power that don't have power in certain, underdeveloped countries. They are as much our stakeholder as obviously we try to think about the environment, and we have to balance, those different areas. So John, as sort of like, you think about educating, if it's senior executives or entrepreneurs about some of these tools that they need, right? Because I'm assuming, as you think about these frameworks and these tools and resources, it could be serving, the C-suite of very large companies, as well as these up and coming entrepreneurs, as sort of Susan mentioned. And I would say, are you seeing that those groups differ in the tool sets that they need? Because an entrepreneur, to your point, is looking to raise capital. They're looking to get into the market, versus a public company. So, how are you thinking about the different leaders depending on the size of the business, the industry, and what are those tools that are needed?
Yeah, I've asked leaders we've spoken with. So if you had your druthers, what would you have? The business schools, and also the corporate leadership development departments and functions. What would you have them teach that they're not teaching today? And the consistent answer I hear is not teach them the art of corporate diplomacy, or teach them to project our purpose into the world so it inspires people. What they say pretty consistently is teach modern problem solving. And it's both under, in fact, one CEO I spoke with, David Kenny, who leads Nielsen, a friend of mine, said, to be a really great problem solver, you need to spend more time understanding the problem. And the more detailed, the more rigorous you are in understanding the constraint or the problem, the solution begins to reveal itself. And that's not just an observation, that can be taught. The rigor of really understanding, what do employees really want here? If we're going to attract and retain, reduce attrition, what do they really want? And there's a lot of opinions. They want purpose, they want more compensation, they want this, they want that. Let's really interrogate that. And you take Starbucks, and there are so many good examples from Starbucks, but providing their employees access to college education. How did they determine that of all the things that they could lean into to provide their employees, was that just someone's good idea, or did they really interrogate that because it meant they weren't going to do other things for employees? And it could have done, if it was the status quo, it could have been taken out of the shareholders, right? Because it would have been a cost. But they challenged the status quo, and they found a new model, not only for them, but for education. And so you can teach that. If it's modern problem solving, you can teach both how to understand problems, in this case, the demands of stakeholders, and then what's available. Jacqueline Novogratz spoke with her. She said, modern problem solving today, it's not accidental when you talk about socially conscious companies. You often hear about cloud, apps, design thinking, data, digital. And she says it's not accidental. It's because those tend to be really powerful modern tools for problem solving. It's just not because you're a technocrat. It's those are really great techniques, methods, and tools to create value in perhaps new ways.
And is there a different, to both you, again, having come from big companies, but also that probably advise entrepreneurs, and I go back to the entrepreneur side just because I know a lot of the audience probably from South by are entrepreneurs, is it more challenging to one or the other, right? To the big company that's looking to truly make this sort of, I don't want to say shift, but really think about it more consciously, or the entrepreneur who has the right, new business idea that's looking to gain their first funding and their customers. Do those groups, are one, is one at an advantage over the other? Do they have to think about this differently? Susan, is there any sort of?
Yeah, so, it's hard for me to say it's harder for one than the other. What I'd say is business in general is challenging. It's an incredibly competitive environment with fast-paced change, technology that's evolving every single day. And so it's challenging for both parties. What I would say that where entrepreneurs have a little bit of a leg up is that someone who starts their own business is creating the company they want to work for. They don't have to deal with all of the legacy that many longstanding brands like an American Express and IBM have of 150 plus years of technology and systems and processes and culture. So an entrepreneur can create the company that they want to have. Yes, they have constraints of expectations from all of their stakeholders. However, I think the place where entrepreneurs have a little bit of a challenge that I want to underscore what John said is focus is really critical. As an entrepreneur, we are creative minds, right? Entrepreneurs want to always do something new and experiment in different places. And that's part of what makes them great. It's also part of what can be their downfall. So having focus and clear intention is one of the most critical aspects. And that is not only on your business model, but everything that surrounds your business model and the way you do business.
So, John, I think that's a great lead into, you brought up an example of a company that built this so much into their business model that it wasn't a good business. You want to talk a little about, Tom's as a company that publicly really built, probably out, at least externally, built on the premise of doing the right thing and having to figure out, how do you balance those?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to listen to Tom's executive just the other day, who's part of the new leadership team that's been put into place there. And what happened there, part of it was lack of focus, not only on their social good. It was many things that began to propagate, and it was like no good idea was not pursued. And of course, when you do that, you start to dissipate your ability to really drive impact. It causes some degree of confusion within the workforce, like what are we doing and what's our priorities? But they also lost focus of their consumer, as I learned, that they sort of aged with their consumer. There's nothing wrong with that if that's your business model. But if you stand for this kind of product with this kind of segment, then you have to always be reanimating that, both with your products, your services, your channels, and everything else. So a lot of things seem to have gone wrong there, fueled by nothing but good intentions. And I think that's a really great lesson, that it is conscious capitalism and it's stakeholder capitalism. And you do have, if you want the resources to do good in the world, you have to generate the resources. And therefore, you have to have a really good model. I just want to say, back to Susan's definition, it is a thesis, right? It's a thesis about what will result in a great and successful company. And there are lots of different theses, and I wouldn't say there's any like really bad ones, unless they're really bad ones. But it's like a thesis of life. What's going to give us a really happy and successful life? And a lot of people have different opinions. I think Susan and I and many others would say, this is a good thesis because it's going to result in a prosperous business that also does a lot of other things particularly well. And as I said, that's great to commit yourself to that, but then you have to do it and do it really well too.
Right. Great. Unfortunately, we are just about out of time. There was a question, and I'll give each of you maybe 30 seconds to answer. ESG, obviously, as people think about conscious capitalism, ESG continues to be one of those things that's talked about. Does that change? Is that specific to a time? And we'll end on that, but I know ESG comes up a lot when we talk about conscious capitalism.
I mean, I think ESG, CSR, conscious capitalism, multi-stakeholder, you can name it lots of different things. They're all in the same spirit. Of course, ESG has a little bit more of a technical notion to it. But I think the spirit is to have business leaders really understand what they are doing with their teams and with their customers and in the environment in which they operate. And if you do that, you'll be able to check the box on all of these requirements.
John, any final thoughts?
I think of ESG and similar as about compliance with new expectations of business conduct, which is fantastic. I would add to that differentiation, right? So we're going to meet the expectations of all businesses. But how are we going to be uniquely great at something we uniquely do brilliantly? Both of those things, I think, are needed discussions in the executive suite.
Absolutely.
Great. Susan, John, thank you very much for joining us today. And we'll look forward to putting this content out on social. And without further ado, I'll hand it back over to Aaron.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Well, thanks for joining. You all were amazing. And, I'm emceeing this. I made this in the comment, but it's always a pleasure to be able to sit through and listen to these amazing conversations. So really, thank you for making our brains bigger and talking about such an important topic. Have a great rest of your South by Southwest, and we will be sharing this. We will jump right into our next session, and that is going to be moderated by Steve Madden, who is the General Manager and Editor-in-Chief at MM&M, which is part of
Hi, everyone, and welcome to South by Southwest's Real Chemistry Healthcare Media Lounge. I'm Steve Madden. I'm the editor-in-chief of MM&M. I'm also MM&M's general manager. We've got a great panel here today. We're going to be talking about convincing people to get vaccinated using various media platforms, and we've got a stellar panel. Joining me is Jim Weiss, CEO of Real Chemistry. Welcome, Jim.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Frank, Allison.
Oh, you beat me to it. Also joining us on the panel are Allison Weisbrot, Editor-in-Chief of Campaign US. Hey,
Hello.
Allison.
Hey.
And Frank Washcook, Executive Editor of PR Week, or as he's known.
Good to be here.
Thanks for joining us.
Good to be here, Steve.
So this is an ongoing topic that we've been talking about for at least 6 months, which is basically not necessarily convincing people, but encouraging people to get vaccinated. And it seems like things are falling into three camps. There are folks who have their hands up and they're like, put me in, I want to get vaccinated as soon as possible. There are people who say there's no way that I'm ever going to get vaccinated. And there are what my colleague from Real Chemistry, Aaron Styled, has called the swing states, the movable middle. And we'll be talking a fair amount about them today. But I think in order to get started, what I'd like to do is sort of define a few terms and just talk about when we're talking about communication, health communication, particularly in times of crisis, and how different platforms use their voice to encourage people to get vaccinated. What are some of the most important platforms and best practices that people can use? Frank, do you want to start with that?
I think it depends what audience you're trying to reach, and then when you get into what platform that you want to reach them. I think that just in our discussions with a lot of people who are on the client side out there, there's a great question about what is the role that companies play in encouraging their employees to go and get vaccinated and get the vaccine, and in some cases even whether they make it mandatory for returning to the office. So that creates the question of, are there internal communications platforms strictly on the communication side that they should be using to reach their employees and really communicate with them about safety issues, but also to encourage them to get vaccinated. Now, in a lot of cases, that can be as old school as video messages from a CEO or from a top doctor, somebody that the employees really trust, but it can also be things as kind of classic and used as an intranet or a Slack platform or things like that. Of course, then when you get to the general public, it's how does the government use influencers and various social media outlets to and experts to convince the greater public to get vaccinated as much as possible. And a lot of that, I think, depends on what age group you're trying to reach, what socioeconomic groups you're trying to reach, and things like that.
Right. So there's a lot there to unpack. Allison, in your experience, what role are these in particular? You're covering paid media. What's actually working there? What are you finding out?
Yeah, I would actually echo what Frank said. I think, obviously, if you want to reach a broad audience, you do that on TV, right? Or you do that on Facebook or all the platforms where people are spending their time. But I think with the vaccine in particular, the key is really that influencer piece. And it's not just an influencer like Dr. Fauci, who, is sort of the top infectious disease expert, but he doesn't necessarily resonate with every single community, especially vaccine hesitant communities. So it's really about getting people who people know within these vulnerable communities, like church leaders or community organizers, to kind of talk to their peers face to face or through paid media, targeted paid media, and explain to them, why this is important and safe to do.
Jim, Frank, Allison, and I are sort of involved in this as observers of what various platforms are doing and using, but you've actually been creating and overseeing the creation of these messages for a year now. What are you finding? What are best practices? And one of the things I keep coming back to is the importance of peer-to-peer messaging. What are you finding about that?
Well, that you hit it very well. One of our roles is working with the Ad Council, for example, on healthcare professional education and communication, because that of course is that peer-to-peer discussion. I think trust in medical experts, Allison mentioned it, certainly at that local level, when you see your, local medical leaders and, people you recognize as people taking care of the local community and hospitals and clinics, and just, kind of regular everyday people that are on the front lines getting it done and making it happen. I think that has been absolutely critical. I mean, look, we always say all PR marketing is local, and that's where it has to be done. I think we heard this really from the beginning, the big celebrity, influencer kind of thing isn't going to resonate. It's not going to hit at home, particularly for the hardest to move group, which are the ones that aren't necessarily against doing it. They're just skeptical, or they don't know a lot, or they have their honest concerns, and you have to hear those concerns. And then, the message has to really address those concerns and not lecture, preach. I've heard some guys go on and, use the word morons and, be denigrating. It's like, there's no reason for that. I mean, a lot of people didn't understand this from the beginning. They didn't, the reason we're in this spot is government officials didn't know how to pronounce, I say, epidemiologists, let alone hire one to be on their staff. So I think the real issue, or they certainly didn't know what they did. So I think, we're all learning together. And I think it was about, kind of pairing these experts with community leaders and influencers in multiple communities is the key. So, seeing like Willie Brown here in our community, talking to somebody who, treats patients at UCSF, that's very much in the San Francisco community a way to show on the ground that, you can take it with confidence.
So in healthcare, we talk a lot about KOLs. And when I'm talking about opinion leaders in this sense, I'm not necessarily talking about the Kardashians or Kanye West, because as you said, it's not necessarily that's not necessarily going to work. What are we? Who are we talking about when we talk about influencers in healthcare? Jim, you want to start with that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is who I was saying. I think these are, medical experts. It could be leaders of, like Allison said, leaders of churches, or synagogues and other religious leaders. I think, there's lots of, former politicians and other people who I think are important in that dialogue and discussion. I think, some of the people that, local people trust, like, newscasters or coaches, college coaches or pro team coaches, that's important. I mean, I think people were happy to see the ex-presidents get it, but, I don't think that was as convincing as seeing, somebody they respect from down the street. Like I said, this is all very local in nature. And when you see, nurses and doctors that have been taking care of you for other things, taking it themselves, that's a very important thing to see. Things they can relate to. So I think real people are the influencers. I've said that all along, and we've been leveraging that in other disease categories for years, and that is really what works.
I think it's been very helpful to see people I follow on Instagram posting up when they get their jabs. There's something reassuring about it, just because first of all, they're people tend to be people I care about, and I'm glad that they're taking care of their health. And it just makes me feel like we're gaining momentum here. We're doing it. That said, the Dalai Lama popped up in my Instagram feed getting a shot the other day, and I thought, he's a big hitter. And
well, that's a reinforcement. What do they call it? Omni-channel. you know,
Right.
multiple sources. You know, you got to have a lot of different people converging. And I've been hearing, oh, which one do I take, Jim? You know, and it's like anyone, you know, and especially the latest one that came out, which is that one-shot jab. And they're saying, well, it doesn't sound like it's as effective. And it's like, well, actually it is. Let me explain it. You know, in flu, you know, this is what we see typically. And, you know, a lot of people don't understand some of the basics on this thing, and they're, you know, they read the headline but not down. They don't understand some of this of how to read the data. So we need to always go back. I keep reinforcing, the more we tell this story, the better. And what I have to emphasize is how quickly this has all happened. I know people feel this has taken forever. It's like, are you kidding? I mean, you know how long it takes to get a medical advance adopted normally? You know, it takes 10 years.
Yeah, this has moved at absolute flank speed. It's really incredible.
Lightning.
Allison, do you find yourself in the position of explaining more than you might normally how this works? Some of the stuff that Jim has mentioned.
I mean, I think a big component of it is explaining, right? I think actually personally, like I'm part of a family of 5 doctors, and like half the time I have to tell them, like, I don't know what you're saying, like, please use English. And I think that that's really important, you know, for the vaccine, especially because I think, you know, a lot of times people are met with the sort of like this criticism, like, what do you mean you won't get it? Like, what, are you stupid? And it's like, no, you're not stupid, but you know, everyone reads different things online, whether that's accurate information or not. And this is, you know, something where your health is on the line and in question. So we do need to be really empathetic when we talk to people about the vaccine, especially in communities that have historically not trusted the medical system for good reason. So I think that's a lot of what the Ad Council is trying to do with their $50 million campaign. They just rolled out the first phase in late February, and it has a lot of really specific components for Black and Hispanic audiences that do have historical mistrust in the medical community. So I think, you know, a lot of the messaging focuses on, let's think about the things that we can get back to doing when we get this shot. Like, you can hug your grandparents, you can hang out with your friends. I think focusing the messaging on something that people can really like understand and latch onto, as opposed to, you know, the effectiveness and the variants. And yes, we can explain these things, but I think a lot of the messaging is trying to make it human.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to when you're in college studying communication, the first thing you learn is who you're talking to. And you absolutely have to consider the audience when you're approaching this. One of the things that has surprised me, I read an excellent piece on Medical Bag by a writer named Hillel Hoffman, who wrote a piece about how one of the big tenets, one of the foundations of vaccine hesitancy is the fact that so many people are scared of needles. And a lot of the messaging that we see around, you know, convincing people to get vaccinated shows the needle. It's an easy icon, right? To use a needle. But the needle that's used to administer these vaccines is pretty big.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow has talked about her fear of needles. She's talked about that on her show. I've seen that.
And so one of the things we're seeing, Kaiser published something about this the other day about, like, let's not show the needle. Like, there's no need to reinforce a negative message, that everything here needs to be positive. And that kind of goes back to what Allison was saying about understanding who you're talking to and using empathy. But Allison, you raised an interesting point about the empathy that you need to show when you're looking at historically underserved or exploited communities. But there is hesitancy, if not outright intransigence, in communities that you would think that I found, at least personally, kind of surprising. You know, conservative white males and evangelical groups among them. What do you think are going to be the best practices to address those groups and get them on board? Jim, do you want to start with that?
Well, in my experience with some of the more intransigent or, groups that have, maybe religious beliefs involved or, political beliefs involved, our flu experience shows you can't really convince those people entirely. And so we've got to spend time first getting the people we can get. And, Allison mentioned listening and empathy, and all those things are very important right now. And I think that you've got to apply a similar sort of approach here. You can't go at it with a hammer. A lot of times, there's that thin line between what looks like anger and acceptance. So, what you've got to do is find them again where they are and see what the issues are, and find a way, that wedge in that will help them understand. And again, coming back to Allison's point, it's not the how, it's the what in the end and the why. So I want to be together with my kids. I want to spend more time with my family. I want to open up my store. I want to, get back into the economy. So you've got to find common ground, positive reasons. I want to open up the church, widely, so that everybody can come in. So I think you've got to find, the reasons to do it, and the why, and that is really going to be the only way. But, pounding them and telling them they're wrong, or they've got the wrong ideas, or they're stupid, that's not going to work.
Not going to work. So you mentioned the why. Frank, let's talk a little bit about the how, about media platforms that might be more useful than others when you're addressing skeptical groups.
Well, because of a lot of the groups that are skeptical, a lot of this comes down to earned media. And to echo what both Allison and Jim are saying, I mean, we see a lot of studies saying exactly what they said, which is that talking down to people or telling them they're wrong about this just doesn't work. But one message that does work a lot is the message of this is how you get back to normal, whether that's going to football games or high school graduations or whatever the case is. So because of where a lot of these groups are located, earned media, whether that's a traditional newspaper or a local news site, or I think Jim mentioned it could even be like the local weatherman or the newscaster or things like that. You're probably not going to reach those folks by pitching something to Mashable, for instance, but you're probably going to reach them by pitching to a local media outlet. And that has, from what we've heard, that's been a really effective vehicle in reaching people in rural communities and evangelical communities who are very skeptical about this, going through local personalities or local media outlets that they do trust.
That's really interesting. We're in the waning moments of our discussion here, and there's one really important topic that I want to address, and I want to give everybody a chance to talk to it. And that is the role of private sector companies in encouraging or perhaps even mandating vaccinations among employees. We had a call with a client the other night, a large medical marketing agency with offices, probably in 4 different cities. And the CEO told me that if anyone is going to do face-to-face business on behalf of that agency, they must be vaccinated. So if you want to come into the office or if you want to meet with a client, you can only do so if you've been vaccinated and can prove it. Now that's laying down the law. Are there other ways, or first of all, I'd like to know everyone's opinion about that. And second of all, are there other perhaps less draconian ways to encourage people to get vaccinated? Allison, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because, you don't, as an employer, you don't want to make people feel like they're, they have to quit their job if they don't get this vaccine. So it's definitely a fine line to walk. But at the same time, I think employers have a huge platform and microphone to get their employees vaccinated. And I think that it kind of depends on the business you're in. Like, for example, I know Amazon is talking about this, like their warehouse workers, like they need to be vaccinated. These are frontline workers. together in these big warehouses. So it's just a matter of safety. But at the same time, I also think that companies might not necessarily want to take such a strong stance on it. So but I think there are other ways that they can help, right? Like they can help them make appointments. They can, help them navigate, like, where do you get a vaccine, and give out information about how to get it. Maybe even give them, like pay for an Uber for them to go get a vaccine or something like that. So there are ways that companies can, talk about the vaccine, send, relevant and verified information about the vaccine, and actually help their employees facilitate getting it, that I think that all companies should do.
Frank, I want to throw this to you so that we can let Jim have the last word. What are you seeing and hearing about this?
So we have heard that some companies are taking a really hard line and saying that, look, to come back to the office, you need to get vaccinated. I don't think every company is going to do that, but we have heard about some of them. We've also seen studies recently that show, over the past year, because of the really hot, intense political climate and other things, it's a big loss in trust in government, big loss in trust in media that we hear about. But there's gaining trust that people have in their employers and that they have in the companies that they work for. And so one thing that we've seen be really effective is when corporate executives or well-trusted people within a company set a good example, and set a good example like publicly, like whether that is the repeated use of video to reach employees, but really just showing that, look, I'm doing this, I'm taking this vaccine, I'm practicing safe behavior. So, going back to social distancing and masking up and all of those things, but really just setting a good example for the employees that work at a company has made a huge difference in trying to get those employees to mimic that behavior.
Just speaking personally, Frank and Allison and I all work for Haymarket Media, and it's a large medical publisher. We make most of our revenues from publishing into the medical space. So you would think that this would be a no-brainer, right? You'd think that everybody at the company would be on board, but there is some hesitancy. It's that widely spread. And I wonder, Jim, are you finding the same thing at Real Chemistry, or is everybody on board?
I mean, we haven't actually surveyed it yet at Real Chemistry, but we will. And we will do what we've done the whole time during this pandemic. We will meet everybody where they are. We will listen to their individual concerns, and, we'll treat them with, the appropriate respect that we've just been talking about here. We're not going to do something different than I would recommend to a client or a colleague or anyone on this call, right? I think people have their reasons. You said, even fear of needles, or these are all real things. And I'm not going to say to somebody, well, get over it and figure it out. I think Allison made the best point, which is we will give them all the tools they need to get this done in the, most acceptable way. Because at the end we will certainly encourage them on what this means for us, getting us back. Look, everybody here, generally likes to work together, to collaborate together, to be with their clients. I mean, we also have that to consider, because our clients and customers are who we interface with. So we're going to have to comply with their policies and their procedures. And obviously we work with some of the biggest, vaccine and testing companies in the world. And some of them have already, dealt with this. And we have helped them in some of their thinking around this. So, the bottom line is, I always say it, everything is somewhat individual when it comes to health, and everybody has different circumstances. So what we do is we make it fit, and we call it our FIT program here. We're highly flexible to people's needs at a time that is somewhat unprecedented, and we're optimistic. We believe very soon, everyone will be able to get it, as it was discussed by President Biden last night. By May 1st, everyone will be generally eligible to get it. You won't be cutting a line or doing any of that if you go out and get it. You can see supply has picked up. And so like with flu shots, I think we're probably going to treat it somewhat similarly to that, which is, hey, if you feel sick, stay home. If you, can come to the office, great, but we're looking at all the different parameters. There's going to be a lot of different rules and regs, especially around people in the bigger cities where they've got to use public transportation. There is some, concern. So we're going to have to do this. It's going to take a little time, but my gut is by the end of the year, we'll be getting back to a flow. And I think the best thing to do is not, force or rush anything. There's no reason to do that. We're fortunate we don't have to do that. But like Allison said, in an Amazon situation, it's very circumstantial to your business. It's different when people are coming in. However, let's make it clear. For the last year, we didn't have vaccines and people were coming in with masks, washing their hands, and social distancing. All those things are going to still have to happen for the most part, certainly through the end of the year, is my guess. And most folks are not going to go internationally, traveling around because, the country situations are going to be so different.
Right.
And so until we're matched up with countries, we're going to be highly conservative about what we do.
So I have a feeling that at next year's South by Southwest, which the brisket and blues lover in me is desperately hoping will be live so that we can return to Austin and run by the Stevie Ray Vaughan statue. I think we'll still be talking about coronavirus in some manner, shape, or form. But certainly not.
You'll have your second vaccine,
right?
By then.
And conversation will be even more optimistic than this one has been. This has been fascinating, and we could talk for hours about this topic, but we're going to need to stop it right there. But you've been listening to the South by Southwest Real Chemistry Healthcare Media Lounge discussion on messaging around the coronavirus. I'm Steve Madden. I'm the editor-in-chief of MM&M. And on behalf of my panelist guests, thank you very much for listening in. Bye-bye, everybody. See you next year.
Well, thank you to Steve for doing such a great job. Allison, Frank, Jim, such an important topic. I love the needle aspect of what you were talking about. I just got my first vaccine, so I can really empathize with that. And I want to keep moving right along. Next up, we have more special guests. I have to keep saying that because all of our guests are amazing. We have Mike Huckman, who is our global practice leader of our executive communications group at Real Chemistry, interviewing a true unicorn in the industry, Myrtle Potter. I'll let him do the introductions, but it's going to be amazing. And with that, I will let Mike take it away.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Real Chemistry South by Southwest Healthcare Media Lounge. My name is Mike Huckman. I am the global practice leader of the executive communications practice at Real Chemistry. And this session is about the current and the future state of healthcare, a conversation with Myrtle Potter. Now, I had the privilege of first meeting Myrtle Potter. It was around 15 years ago or so, I think, when, as a reporter, then covering biopharma at the business cable network CNBC, I was doing a story at that time on the explosive growth of Genentech, and specifically of its campus in South San Francisco, this biotech behemoth. And I got to interview Myrtle for that story, who at that time was the president and the chief operating officer of the company. And she made an immediate strong impression on me, and you're about to see and hear why. Myrtle Potter has had a stellar leadership career that is more than 3 decades long in the life sciences, spanning from Genentech, not in this order, to Merck, to Bristol Myers Squibb, And now she is the CEO of a company called Semidavant Biopharma. Myrtle is also on the board of Liberty Mutual Insurance, and she has been a director at a very little known company called Amazon. Myrtle Potter, it's such a pleasure to be with you again, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike. It's great to be with you.
Awesome. I want to start, Myrtle, by talking with you about the very different technology and data-driven company that you're currently leading, Semidavant Biopharma. Interestingly, it is the parent company of 5 different therapeutic development companies whose names, like Semidavant, all end in Vant. So Myrtle, I got to be honest with you, if I were still blogging cheekily as a reporter at CNBC, I'd probably call it Myrtle and the Vants. So tell us about it. What is the thinking behind these Vant names and the technology and data-driven approach that you're taking?
So the Vant name actually stems from Advantage. And I can't take credit for it. These companies were founded by Roy Vant, who was founded by Vivek Ramaswamy. And in December 2019, these companies were bought by Sumitomo Dynapon, and I was asked to form an entity to serve as the parent company to these Vants. And so they now exist as subsidiaries. So that's the history of the Vant.
Now, regarding the technology and the data-driven approach?
Mm-hmm. So, fundamentally, we use data in everything that we do. It is foundational to our business. It's foundational to our business strategy. And we believe it gives us competitive advantage. We have a mantra within Semidavant. It comes out of our legacy of Roy Vant. We're fast, we're scrappy, we're nimble, and we drive entrepreneurialism to the farthest degree possible. But, the audience knows that can only happen if you have incredible platforms of technology underpinning your business. So that's what we have.
Interesting. I remember, Myrtle, that not long after having interviewed you all those years ago at Genentech, that you suddenly had to take a medical leave from the company. And for those who may not know, would you mind sharing with us what happened to you and how does that experience, Myrtle, inform the work that you just talked about that you and the Semidavant and let's say others are doing today? Mm-hmm. And Myrtle, would your almost fatal patient odyssey be different or better now because of the evolution of tech and data, like the tech and data that Semidavant Biopharma is using?
So just to share the story, when in 2005, I used to compete hunter, which is horseback riding, jumping over fences. I was preparing for a horse show, misjudged a jump, came flying off my horse about 8 feet in the air and came down and really damaged my right shoulder. I was given a medication to stop the formation of scar tissue. I would learn through just a tragic series of attempts to get a great diagnosis that I was deathly allergic to this drug. I ended up with total kidney failure, total liver failure, failing lungs, and I was told by my physicians to get my affairs in order. I was not expected to live. I did make it, and my health is exquisite now. But I learned through that process that if I had as much difficulty getting a clear diagnosis after 6 weeks of me using my voice, my leadership, my standing as the COO and president at Genentech, if I could not get a diagnosis in the Bay Area, I left that situation asking myself, my goodness, what is someone doing who has a high school education and no support systems and no financial means. I know now that if the same thing happened to me today, the technology that we have available to more rapidly diagnose patients, to really get at the personal level of what's happening in one's health status, I know I would not have the same patient journey. And I left that experience saying, number one, in my industry, we weren't applying technology as aggressively as we could in a pursuit to make a difference in patients' lives. We were not moving fast enough. We were not thinking broadly enough. We were not being innovative enough. And I vowed from that point on that every role I took would have a foundation in technology. I believe in technology and I know what it can do.
What was the turning point in your treatment, though, that rescued you from being at death's door?
It was, you won't believe this. And I want to tie it back to one of the examples I'd like to share with your audience about what we do. I was at Stanford University. I was very, very ill. By the time I got to Stanford, I was really in trouble. And I will never forget, I was in the dialysis unit, and in came one of the physicians with a paper in their hand. And they said, I found it. I found it. I found it. You are allergic to that drug, and the incidence of the level of reaction that you're having is 1 in 5 million. I found it. Mike, I was so grateful at that time because I knew I had a chance of living. And my recovery was horrific, but I knew I had a chance. But today, it wouldn't take, I'll give you what we're doing at Samidavant. It would not take one physician scouring the literature, picking up journals, flipping through, doing word searches online to find the answer. You know, today at Samidavant, we look at millions of publications, articles, papers, and we use natural language processing to help us quickly identify the scientific and medical insights that we're looking for so that we can apply them. It wouldn't be 2 or 3, 4 physicians scrambling desperately to save a patient's life. We do this at scale very, very fast.
Yeah, to make it so much easier and faster to find that 1 in 5 million needle in a haystack. That is amazing, and thank goodness you're here to tell us about it. Myrtle, moving on, diversity hiring.
Yes.
Minority and female representation in the C-suite and in the boardroom is an extremely prominent topic today. And I know I don't have to tell you, but in biopharma, you are still a part of a very, very small cohort. How are you addressing this at Samidavant Biopharma? And what do you think that the life sciences writ large, and I use that phrase, Myrtle, on purpose, the life sciences, because I don't think it's just about corporate at companies like yours. I think it's about the labs too.
Oh,
what do they all need to do to try to fix this finally?
Mike, this is going to sound really flip, and it's not my intention to be dismissive of something that many find very complicated, but I've always had diverse organizations in my businesses. And the reason I have is because I, as the leader, decided that it was important and that it was a priority. And I also understood that long time ago, that diverse organizations do better. They perform better. They understand their customers better. You get different points of view. And I'm talking about all aspects of diversity. This has never been hard for me. It's natural for me. And I'm really proud to say, for example, that at Samidavant, 54% of our entire company is women. 43% of our leadership ranks are women. Nice. And and quite frankly, slightly under 50% of our organization comprised of people of color. So we look for talent everywhere, and we don't believe that talent has a face, except for the face is someone who cares about your business, wants to perform, has high aspirations, believes in our values, which are to put patients first, and is just willing to come in and be a part of the team.
But if it's so easy, as you put it, for you, why is it such a challenge for so many others?
I think it's historically been a topic that people sometimes have had a difficulty just talking about. And we now understand, and we're now seeing that it's not so tough to talk about it. It's not so tough to talk about the fact that I might be different from you in a lot of different ways and in respects. So I think that's number one. I think that we are learning as a society that it's not hard to find people of color. People of color are everywhere. It's not hard to find women. It just isn't. We have to decide that it is important and that it is a priority. And in organizations who have made progress, they've taken those two steps. In organizations that have not made progress, it's oftentimes because it's not a priority, and it's not a priority that's coming from the top. You know, my belief and values around diversity, they start with me. They're not parked in the HR department. The diversity is a part of my business strategy. It's why I win. It's why my businesses win. So I think that's also the thing that is a little bit of my secret sauce to my success.
Love it. There needs to be more leaders just like you. Moving outside of the sector, Myrtle, healthcare inequity has reared its ugly and tragic head during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm going to refer to a quote that I recently heard from the professor and the historian, Dr. Mary Frances Berry, in a recent interview with CBS News. And she said, and I'm quoting her now, Myrtle, "Black folks seem to get, as part of our history, more of everything that's bad and less of everything that's good." End of the quote. Your home state, in addition to that of New Mexico, where Native American communities are especially hard hit by the pandemic, is another example of this problem that Dr. Berry was referring to. So what are your thoughts, Myrtle, not just as it relates to what happened or is happening in the state of New Mexico, but all over the country to all sorts of minority and underserved and underprivileged populations?
So Mike, honestly, I can barely even talk about this without breaking down. This is a tragic circumstance that has a lot of components to it. Some of it is the levels of health status in people in underprivileged communities. Some of it is access. Some of it, a lot of it is trust. And I think as a country, we just can't look at the stats that we see right now in terms of the prevalence of COVID in people of color and the death rates due to COVID in people of color, and not fundamentally ask the question, what have we done and what can we do better? And as I draw that connection back to my industry, you know, I ask these questions around the composition and the makeups of our clinical trials. I ask the question about the composition and the makeup of the people who are recruiting for our trials. It comes all the way through. And so those of us who can make a difference, we have to step up and we have to make a difference. You know, it's not that the numbers are not there. We know the numbers of minorities, people of color and the underserved in this country, but we have not been effective at bringing them into the mainstream that you and I enjoy and understand, and that our audience probably enjoys and understands. We haven't done a good job. We just haven't. And we're seeing the results of that. And, you know, we can do better. Everybody can make a difference to try to do better.
Let's talk more about doing better in the respective clinical trials, which you mentioned a minute ago. So how is Samita Biopharma, how does the life sciences sector more broadly work to increase minority representation, people of color representation, so that we are at the end of the studies getting a clearer, more accurate, more robust picture of a therapy's safety and potential effectiveness, and that we're not over-indexing to white people most of the time?
We have to go into the communities. We have to develop relationships with the people our communities trust. We have to form relationships and long-standing relationships, because you and I know that trust is not developed in one conversation or a week. Trust is developed over time. And so we have to be deliberate in our desires to reach into these communities and not only be there once, but come back again and come back again and come back again. There are enough trials going on in this country that through our trial programs alone, we could make a big difference. But that trust has to be there, whether it's in the Latino community, the African American community, the Native American community. We have to build the trust. And that means that we have to find their leaders. We have to be a part of their community. We have to show up over and over again.
Let's talk about trust a bit more, Myrtle. Vaccine confidence is another pressing concern where trust is certainly a major factor, especially in the Black community. What can or should we be doing to increase confidence in, and importantly, not just confidence, Myrtle, but access to COVID-19 vaccines?
So, you know, I will, boy, do we have a lot of work to do. I am a caregiver to my 93-year-old father, not all the time, but part of the time. And Mike, once again, with all my schooling, access to resources, getting a vaccine has been extraordinarily difficult. I'm very fortunate. I scored. I'm getting one tomorrow.
Congrats.
But I am going to be an example. I'm going to talk about the fact that I'm getting it. I understand the science. I understand what these vaccines will do and what they won't do. And I believe these vaccines have the potential to save lives. So we have to make access more simple and straightforward. Right now, things are very complicated and convoluted. You kind of feel like you're trying to play the lottery and hope your number comes up. My God, we're in a pandemic. People are dying every single day. And to get a vaccine has been terribly difficult. Now, I believe that actions are being taken and changes are occurring to help make this system work better. But we are one of the preeminent healthcare leaders as a society in the world. Gosh, it's disappointing that we have not been able to do a better job at showing the way. We have not been able to do a better job of being a source of innovation. And yet there are some really exciting companies who really stepped up in a big way and innovated. There's a company based in New York called Opentrons. Oh my God, their technology and their use of robotics fundamentally enabled the city of New York City to get COVID testing under control. That's a small company with a small number of people, you know, operating in a scrappy environment, who said, we have the smarts, we have the technology, we're going to step up, we're going to try to make a difference. Everybody who thinks they can make a difference needs to double down and get into the game and try their best to help, because we're just in a really tough situation.
What about the issue of confidence, though, and all these decades later, the lingering skepticism that exists because of the Tuskegee experiment within the Black communities?
Well, I think, you know, and I'm going to take a page out of the Stacey Abrams playbook. We need grassroots efforts, and we need to get at people one person at a time. One person at a time. That's how trust is built. And that needs to happen. And once again, we need to go where people are. And we need to go there over and over and over again until one person at a time understands what amazing technology is available today that can have a profound impact on themselves and on their families.
So very similar, it sounds like, to the approach that you're recommending when it comes to improving clinical trial enrollment representation as well. To finish, Myrtle, let's pull out the virtual crystal ball. If healthcare companies want to be successful many, many, many years from now, as you look into our virtual crystal ball, what do you think that the leading sustainable, successful healthcare companies of the future need to be doing today that few, if any, are currently actually doing?
Mike, that's a really good question. And you know, one of the things that I've been thinking about, we're in the middle of our strategic planning at Sunitavant, and one of the things that occurred to me is that for all of the gains we're making in technology and in innovation, so much of those gains feel siloed to me, and it feels like there isn't a deep enough understanding of the society that we will be 15 and 20 years from now, how our demographics will shift, how the economics and the standing of wealth in disparate populations, what that will look like. So much of the work I see that is so exciting almost has an investor cycle view on it of 3 to 7 years, but it doesn't have a sustainable lens on it that will take it 20 or 30 years. And I find myself almost believing that every technology company should have a futurist on its team. I think the world is moving and shifting.
Even in biotech? Even in biotech?
In biotech. The world is changing so fast. And I think we get too caught up in what we define as long-term, which can be 5, 7 years. You and I know 5 and 7 years is not a long time. It's just not. Not for a lasting imprint on the value that we are working so hard to bring. It's a 20-year view. It's a 30-year view. And so I'm going to buddy up with a futurist. Yes.
Chief futurist officer, a different kind of CFO in the C-suite. I've also heard you, Myrtle, talk about that we need to pay attention to a different scientific discipline. That while companies like yours are focused on, medicinal science for sure, using, as you've talked about, data and technology, that you think the pandemic has brought to bear a need to address what I have heard you call the science of change management. What is that all about?
Yes. So I think about what COVID taught us. You know, in a moment, we had to, all across the country, all the listeners, yourself, your company, we all had to overnight figure out how we were going to be just as productive at home or some other place because we couldn't go to our offices. It wasn't safe. And that alone required so much change. And the changes that are going to be required so that you can have that 20-year, that 30-year view, most companies don't have that as a science, the science of how you manage. How do you successfully manage change? How do you successfully, in quick speed fashion, adopt to an innovative concept, scale it, get it out, get it to customers? All of that is change. It's change within your company. It's change in your customer's view. It's change in how they access and use your products and services. It's rapid. And I think that I know we can do a better job of that at Samitavan. It's something that's on my priority list. I want us to step up and flip things even faster. Jeff Bezos and Amazon used to refer to it as the flywheel, right? The flywheel is only possible if you can manage change just that fast. And so I'm looking to do that at Samitavan. It's very important.
Thank you so much to the brilliant Myrtle Potter. It's been wonderful chatting with you. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Please stay tuned for more programming from the Real Chemistry Healthcare Media Lounge. Have a great rest of South by Southwest and next year in Austin.
Well, thank you, Myrtle and Mike. That was a great session. And thank you, Myrtle and Mike. That was a great session. Myrtle, I particularly appreciate you sharing your story, your personal story, and it's always great to get an inside view of what the healthcare system offers to us and to have that insider view. We're going to continue with the goodness. This next session is focusing on digital transformation. And, you know, no surprise, but we've got more great speakers coming up. So I'm going to bid you adieu for 30 seconds. So stay in there, hang in there, and then we'll jump back on with our new speakers and we'll be talking digital transformation. So thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Aaron Strout, CMO of Real Chemistry. For those that have been watching, apologies. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping again for those just joining in. Bear with us. We are recording today's session. Everyone that is registered for the event will be getting a copy after the fact, so no worries there. We do want to make sure that we will probably have time for a question or two at the end in the YouTube live. If you want to drop that into the bottom right-hand side, or feel free to comment on the brilliance of the panelists you're going to hear in just a minute. And then last but not least, we are using the RealChem South by Southwest hashtag. That's RealChem SXSW. And so without further ado, we've got an amazing session right now talking about digital transformation, and we've got 5 things. It's always nice when you have 5 things. We'll probably cover more than 5 things, but I'm going to hand it over to my esteemed colleague, our Global Chief Digital Officer, Joanne Saida. Joanne, over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone to our session here about 5 things to know about digital transformation in healthcare. No surprise that in my role, I'm very much focused on transformation, both with our clients and internally. I'm super excited to be here with some of the most insightful minds in healthcare. So let me start off by welcoming our panel. Please welcome Ron Kim, Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer at Merck; Brian Solis, Global Innovation Evangelist at Salesforce; and Manoj Narayan, our Chief Technology Officer here at Real Chemistry. So I'm really excited to kick the panel off, but let me give you a little bit of the backdrop. In the early part of this year, Real Chemistry set out to better understand the impact of digital transformation in healthcare. Knowing how digital change has accelerated due to COVID, we wanted to explore the impact on physicians with a specific focus on how these interactions with biopharmaceutical companies and patients are going to continue post-COVID. So if I could just hit those 5 top line real quick, I'm going to open it up to the panel to talk more deeply and more broadly about digital transformation. So keep this in mind, audience. No surprise, HCPs are more digitally focused now, and it doesn't have anything to do with age. HCP adopters are different. They behave different. No surprise, number 3, patients are more digitally transformed, and that is changing healthcare, which is good news. The way in which pharmaceutical companies interact with healthcare professionals are also changing due to the increase in digital. And last but not least, of course, both patients and HCPs agree the transformation is going to continue, and we need to evolve with the times. So before we break into individual deep dive questions, I'm going to open this up to each panelist to take a moment and tell us, what does digital transformation mean to you? Give a perspective on how you define it, and more importantly, how it is important to your organization. So I'm going to start with Ron.
Okay, thanks. Look, I've worked at a lot of different companies, and this is one of those terms that's defined differently at each place I go. But there's a common theme that I've seen that I kind of use to sum it up. You know, first of all, it's the integration of digital technology into all areas of the business. That's kind of pillar number 1. Pillar number 2 is, you know, it's thinking about how we operate and drive value, so that integration of technology will surface, some cases, radically new ways of working and value levers. And then the third thing has nothing to do with technology per se, but it's the associated culture and mindset changes to innovate and to challenge norms and experiment. So there's probably a lot more articulate definitions out there, but that's kind of how I would sum it up based on all my travels.
Excellent. And I'm going to love all the perspectives that we get from the 3 of you. Brian.
I really liked Ron's definition. Well done.
Thanks.
I think what I'll kind of just add to it in subtracting from, I think, the conversation as it's been over the years, which is we tend to really emphasize digital and digitization in digital transformation. And I think really what this is about is using technology to be a more modern and relevant business in a new economy. And looking at also how we can use digital to improve relationships with all stakeholders, with all people, and also to look at it operationally, and also to look at it from a business model innovation perspective. So it really is an opportunity for a renaissance.
Couldn't agree more. Internal, external, and driving that innovation. Love it. Manoj.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Ron and Brian said. Let me add an implementation perspective. So what we're trying to do can be grouped into two broad buckets, right? One is what we can call as digitization. This is, can I do the things that I'm doing better, right? So if I have a challenge in reaching out to different medical professional, can I use Zoom and other tools in a better way, right? So use digital technology better. The other way to think about it is digitalization. Can I do it itself in a different way, in a better way? For example, can I use AI, ML algorithms to send my messages to the medical professionals in a completely new way, right? So in my mind, so it's a combination of these two that'll make the implementation better. And not to forget the point that Ron raised, it is a culture management, it is a change management, and that probably will decide what is the best path.
Totally agree, Manoj. And you and I work closely on both of those areas of opportunity from a transformation perspective. So let's dive a little more deeply into some of the research, and I'd love to get the perspectives of our panel. Brian, I'm going to start with you, but I do want to kind of recognize you as a digital anthropologist for the last 2 decades, and love the perspective that you come at from the context of reimagining the patient experience. And so what we know from our soon-to-be released research is that doctors are becoming more digitally focused, not just the young physicians and the physicians who are high adopters, they also behave differently. So kind of two findings, right? Doctors are becoming more digitally focused. It's not just related to age. And secondly, physicians who are high adopters, they behave differently. What are the kinds of things companies need to think about when contemplating a completely new digital experience between patients and physicians?
So one of the things that I think we could focus on is the patient. And we talk about it, for example, as the patient experience, but we don't really put them at the center of the decisions that we make. And if you think historically about the technology as it's been deployed, just for the past 2 decades, it's been done from the top down, inside out. Doctors didn't necessarily have a say in it either. And it was just something that was thrust upon experiences. And so they were created for you, whether you like them or not. What we're seeing is that patients are human beings, right? People are in control of the experiences that they want to have now. And every new experience that they taste, every new experience that they touch, smell, or see becomes subconsciously the new standard for how they want to be engaged. So essentially, healthcare providers compete against DoorDash. And they have to start seeing the world that way. And it's from a user experience, from a design perspective, from an emotional perspective. And they have to empower their patients and their doctors to be able to have the types of experiences that they have in the real world. I think there's no more excuse that, well, we're regulated. We're in the medical industry. That's nothing how we should think about the world. Technology should just be invisible, and it should allow for the jobs to be done or the desired outcomes that patients have. And it also can flip the model beyond just a reactionary model, which is I see my doctor when I have a problem. It could also introduce new opportunities. AI, automation can introduce opportunities to improve that relationship and be more proactive in the care that's provided.
I love the the analogy to, or I should say, what we have to compete against, what doctors do, right? DoorDash, completely, right? The consumerization of healthcare is absolutely here. And lastly, this resonates as well with me, and I'm sure the audience is, healthcare has to, continue to look at this differently, and or I should say that we're not different, that we can embrace these technologies in a safe way that continues to keep us compliant. I want to kind of dovetail a little bit off on some of those technologies you just mentioned. I'm going to pivot a little bit, and Ron, I'm going to bring this question to you. So we know patients are becoming more digitally transformed, and hence so is healthcare, changing the way healthcare operates. If you put your technology hat on, which innovative technology do you think Merck is most excited about and invested in? And I mean that from a passion perspective. And how will this affect companies that engage with patients?
Yeah, I have a lot of ideas on this. I'm going to have to rein myself in because I know we have limited time. But just as a backdrop, as an IT organization overall at Merck, we're in the process of a transformation effort to be more agile and ultimately drive the best business outcomes. And that's going on with everybody in IT. In my organization, the CTO organization, we're working with all of our colleagues across IT, and that includes divisional IT teams, enterprise IT, infrastructure and operations, and our CISO and risk management group. And our goal as a CTO organization is to use technology to supercharge all of our IT efforts for those business outcomes. And there's several areas we're really excited about in my organization. I'll run through them really quickly. One is foundational data and analytics. Look, let's drive analytics and ML and AI at scale in ways never before possible, right? That's one area. Second one is foundational automation. So we built a great capability doing RPA work. We're now going to evolve that to just even greater scale and automation methods beyond RPA. A third area is we think it's really critical to have a global group, highly skilled, internally staffed, that we call foundational platforms. And they focus on key areas like DevOps, design thinking and user experience, custom engineering, and other disciplines. We think that's critical to have that capability internally. Fourth area is enterprise architecture. Look, if we want to drive innovation and reuse, we have to be on the leading edge of architecture. We have to create a launch pad and something that stitches all of the things together that I just mentioned. So that's our enterprise architecture capability. A couple other quick areas, portfolio and value realization. Look, I talked about how our efforts are going to push value in the business. It's not enough to talk about it. We have to prove it, right? So that's what our IT portfolio value and value realization function does. Two other quick efforts. We recently launched an in-sourced IT-wide innovation engine effort that led to 4 projects that we're funding and staffing and building to MVP. And these are involving technologies like, ML, AI, computer vision, analytics, sensors, IoT. We're really funding and building these projects. And this is the goal of take them to MVP and see if we can even take them broader, and ultimately the goal of saving and improving lives. And then the final technology area is our journey to cloud. So, I'm working with colleagues across IT to just really accelerate our cloud first journey. And I'd say cloud is not new per se, but moving to the cloud at scale and making that broad commitment can make things possible that aren't even feasible today in all of the areas I just talked about, right? So those are the 5 or 6 areas I'm really excited about technology-wise that we're working on at Merck MSD. I do have to stress a final point here is I talked about a lot of hardware, software, bits and bytes. The thing that makes digital transformation go is people and talent. So we have to make sure we're recruiting and re-recruiting and creating the best and diverse and inclusive workforce and providing the right opportunities for them. Because look, I talked about all the bits and bytes, but at the end of the day, it's a people business, right? The people are our most important asset. So I know it's a long list, Joanne, but that's the stuff we're excited about within Merck MSD, and we're going to continue to invest in those areas to help save and improve lives.
I love it, Ron, and I've been taking some notes furiously because I couldn't agree more. And just kind of, seeing the importance of, the IT organization within Merck and certainly, in healthcare is just critical. I love the kind of supercharge approach that you've got of foundational analytics. Love the focus on automation. That's been a theme, right, in some of the comments already from the panelists. Wherever we can take keystrokes out and put people's minds on more strategic things, like that's awesome. And I really appreciate kind of your focus on the internal capabilities that need to be, stood up. And really, those are the ones that know your business the best. I love also, and I'm sure the audience is, the focus and the commitment to innovation. So kind of proving out those concepts so they're not just pie in the sky. So you bring on some awesome, awesome lessons and focus areas. But the last one is also a big one. And it's the one that we can't forget about. And that is the investment in talent. And it's not about, like you said, bits and bytes. It's really about the people and the talent. So it's a great segue because I have a question for Manoj. Looking from the outside in, healthcare companies are bringing in more talent with broader perspectives, people like Ron. Do you think this is reflective of a trend that'll impact the way pharmaceutical companies interact with physicians and other key stakeholders that they serve?
Absolutely. And I think this is a very healthy trend that is here to stay as well, right? So So the key here is to know that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? So what we are going through in the pharma industry, in the healthcare industry, are variants of problems that could have been solved by other industries. For example, we had the e-commerce revolution, right? So we had banking and financial services who had to deal with regulatory challenges. So by investing in talent who have learned these things in other industries and leveraging them in pharma, in healthcare, I strongly believe that is the way to go, right? So you might find different ways to solve the same problem. And you could solve the problem much faster by pulling different thoughts. It also goes back to the diversity aspect, right? So we are also, the earth is flat today. COVID has made it more so. So if we have a talent strategy that combines focusing on diversity, pooling the global pool of talent, and also making sure that we are pulling them from different sectors and not limiting just to pharma, I think that is the way to go forward. And frankly, we will all benefit due to that.
Couldn't agree more, Manoj. I love your rate. No more. I mean, now, the earth is truly flat. I mean, the last year and a little bit more than a year has proven that. So this access to global talent, to really being open ourselves up to diverse talent pools, is really incredible and opportunistic in health. And so opening our minds to think outside of health for that talent is really an opportunity for us. A question just came in, and then maybe I'll try and get maybe Manoj and Ron to comment on it. Do you think we can use technology around point of care to enable the time doctors and patients have together to be more meaningful? So maybe Ron, if you want to give me your thoughts on that, and then I could toss it over to Manoj and to Brian to end up.
Yeah, and I'll actually, I mean, just for background, people may know, I've been at Merck 6 months, so I'm actually going to answer this with my pre-Merck experience when I worked in private equity and with some healthcare providers, et cetera. Yeah, I think the short answer is yes. I think we can even start simply, right? I mean, there's even things around just kind of making sure scheduling is efficient. I don't know that any of us have gone to a doctor and had a 100% efficient scheduling experience. But things like that, just using technology to make sure every part of the experience is the most efficient. I think just simple stuff like that is ways technology can improve. We can start simple, right? And I think that's a benefit right there. But sure. Manoj, would love your thoughts.
Yeah, I completely agree, Ron. And if I were to add on to that, the two more areas where we can potentially add value is one is around the data, right? So can we play with data and the information to make sure that we are enabling the patient to meet the right physician, right? So that's one aspect where if there is a more informed choice available for the patient to go in and get the right feedback from the right physician. The second is this whole interoperability problem that the pharma world and the healthcare world is trying to solve for so long, right? So I'm a patient, I'm going to a doctor, I have my data, then after 6 months, I go to another physician. That physician has to start from scratch. The person doesn't know about my history, all the details, my lab reports are in different places. So we are working on options where these can be solved, where can I combine the data from different sources, both owned by patient as well as both relevant to the patient and physician, and use that to drive a better point of care, right? So in some ways, that could be where technology can play a brilliant role in days to come as well.
Yep. Awesome. I'm taking furious notes. Brian, what's your perspective on that question?
I love this question. I think that, look, it's a matter of intent. I think part of the problem that we have is that we have the best intentions. We want to be digital. We want to use technology to improve experiences. But I think the challenge that we have to sort of put upon ourselves is this idea of how do we approach technology in order to make it much more value added to a patient who is impatient. That digital in every aspect of their life has made them an accidental narcissist, that they are the center of their experiences. They want things faster. They want things personalized. And that means that it's part technology, but it's also part process. We have to reimagine how we operate so that technology doesn't just automate or improve or make things more efficient. It's that we become more proficient in delivering the types of experiences that people want to have. And so I think about that like maybe at like the way Disney might approach this is with Imagineering, solving a problem and then also meeting the unmet needs. And so giving this opportunity to iterate and then also innovate.
Great.
I allowed that reference to the accidental narcissist thing. I'm going to freely reuse that, and also to comment on the unmet need. It could also be the unknown needs, right? So we might not even know what their needs are.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yep.
For sure. Yeah, I'm taking lots of like reuse of your quotes here, but I think if I could, I love the three themes you just shared about this question. So Ron, love like this example around scheduling appointments. Like, why can't I use Resi to like schedule my doctor? Love it. Like, what someone needs to think of that. Manoj, the theme around interoperability. Like, we've been trying to solve this in healthcare for a while. We have to, the technologies have matured. It's within our reach. I am more than optimistic we're going to be able to do this. And yes, I love, Brian, your comments, right? The kind of like the intent of the technology. Let's be proficient about it. The, you know, kind of value add. The quote I loved, that was like, to the patient that's impatient, right? And they should be, right? Because they need to get that care, whether it is acute or something that they want to manage long term. So we're gonna, I have one last common question for all three of you, and we're kind of gonna wrap up with that. So maybe what I'll do is I'll have Ron take it, Brian, and then Manoj. In some way, shape, and form, you are clearly futurists in our industry. And I address that to the three of you panelists. Doctors and patients see more transformation coming in that future. What areas do you think will have the greatest impact on how people do their jobs better? And how will we, in our jobs, ultimately make the world a healthier place? So, Ron?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the all of the things that technology has done to make our lives easier in many other facets and many other dimensions, and say, why can't we apply that to any other domain such as healthcare, right? So I mean, if you think about, I'll pick a mundane example, but as we all know, you know, the shopping experience today is a little bit different from the shopping experience, you know, when I was growing up. Things are easier, more speed, et cetera. Those same themes around doing things quicker, being able to pick the best options and getting the best recommendations, getting direction remotely, which we all take advantage of in different aspects of our lives. You know, I don't see why that can't be applied to healthcare, and I think it already is. And again, I'm drawing on experience from before I came to Merck when I worked with companies that were thinking about this. But you know, it shouldn't be that different of experience. Those same things that make our experiences better in other aspects of our lives, I think, can be applied to healthcare, whether that be saving time or saving money or getting higher quality. So.
Great points. Brian.
Well, I'll just take a different approach, which, you know, we're here at South by Southwest, and you know, the spirit of this event is humanity, entrepreneurship, possibility, and those are things that have been missing from healthcare, just to be honest. And I think that we're here together because we have an opportunity to impact change. You know, we just have to realize that one of the reasons why South by Southwest is so special is because we come to it as individuals before we come to it as brands or businesses or executives. And we go through this personal transformation every time we go to South by Southwest. We leave much more inspired, much more confident, and our imagination runs wild. And so I want to remind everyone that that's why we're here together today, that we have to go back into an industry that has been incredibly rigid. And look, I get it for a lot of reasons why. But we have to start with that personal transformation and stop with the experiences we've known for the last 50, 60 years and start reimagining what healthcare can be moving forward. It's about care. That's an important word. And it's about patient experience. Experience is also an important word. It's an emotional reaction to how someone deals with a particular instance. And when it comes to health, it can't get any more personal. So we have to shift from this, we can't do that, to what if. We have to make this personal. We have to remember that this is about experience, and we have to remember that the patient is at the center of their own experience. And so I heard this recently in a session that I was doing with the conference board, where it's shifting from the doctor will see you now to the patient will see you now.
Indeed. Manoj?
Yeah, no, I think that's very inspiring, Brian, and couldn't agree more. And if I were to add to it, I'd possibly suggest that one of the key levers that can make it happen or undo all of it is data. So the future is also going to be around how we manage data, right? In some ways, it's a paradox of choice. So you have so much data, how do you infer it properly? How do you come to the right conclusion? So I had a statistics professor, he used to say that, look, 60% people die in bed. It doesn't mean that lying in bed is dangerous, right? It's just that they're in bed. So the same thing with data. You can take data from different sources and come up with conclusions which can be harmful and dangerous, right? So how do we approach data management, pulling the right sources, combine, keeping in mind that, to Brian's point, patient experience is our goal. How do we be humane about using data, but at the same time be insightful, so that one patient who is suffering due to rare disease, if we can make him or her live more, I think it's worth it. And that's where data is going to play such a critical role.
For sure. I love all the themes. I think, Manoj, you bring home a great point around the data management and kind of got back to the interoperability issue. Like, that is really going to fuel us forward. Brian, love the kind of draw out of the personal transformation, right, that's needed in all of us, and all the audience as leaders in order us to really move healthcare. And yes, we've absolutely moved to, right, the patient will see you now, right, versus the doctor will see you now. I have another question that come in, and so we're cool on time. So panelists know that we're not, we have an extra minute or two. Ron, this one is for you. Based on your prior experience across other industries, how does the appetite for innovation in pharma compare to other industries? Are there any follow-up, any unique learnings that you've applied to accelerate it?
My exposure to pharma, while it's been short, I think there's a great openness to testing out new ideas and innovation. I think the challenge for any big company, and again, I've worked at many, and this isn't pharma specific, is sometimes when you're at a very, very large company, there can be a misconception that, we can't innovate. We're too big. We're not nimble enough to do that. And, innovation's not about a company or how much revenue the company has. It's about, individual people getting together and saying, look, I want to try this idea out, and I've got the conviction to do it, right? And I've got the support to do it. So that's why I was really pleased to see all the talented innovation ideas that came up, because all of those people in our Innovation Engine Challenge stepped up and said, I have the conviction to do this. I work for a big company, but we can still be nimble and innovate. So my point is, the short answer is, at my company, I've seen a great appetite for innovation, and it's really exciting. But I would also advise any big company who thinks they're too big to innovate. We just got to bust that myth, right? Just it's individual people moving the ball. It can happen to big and small companies. So that's the bottom line.
Awesome, love that perspective. So we'll take those learnings from other industries. Yeah. I think Brian as well, kind of based on your being at a non-healthcare company, in your prior experience with other industries, how does it compare to pharma? What's the appetite for innovation in pharma versus the others? And are there any unique learnings that we should take from your experience and apply them here in healthcare to accelerate?
Well, I have a really unique role, a very special role at Salesforce, and it is looking at and helping companies in every single industry innovate. And I think if I could just be as human and as simple as possible, as Ron just said, there is no company, there's no size, there's no background that limits you from innovation. We tend to make every excuse in the book as to why we can't innovate, and that we are. It's a self-defeating prophecy. Just to take a quick minute, I often see companies talk about innovation as as they know what it means when they don't. So for example, let's just take automation and AI. Today's approaches that we're seeing with it is actually not innovative at all, but we confuse it as such because it's such a new technology. So it looks innovative, but essentially we're iterating, which is doing the same things better at scale. And innovation is creating new value. And so as long as you keep the patient at the center of this, and also doctors who have to be part of this as well, the equivalent of employee experience, then innovation has a purpose, right? And there's no more noble purpose than trying to figure out ways to use technology to create new value and also improve things as they exist. So you need both iteration and innovation.
Love it. Couldn't agree more. Iterate and innovate. Manoj, 10 seconds. Can you add on to that for us?
Yeah, and we are getting so many more tools to use that too, right? So the future is with digitalization. So how do we keep patient at the center while leveraging the new benefits that technology and data is offering us, right? So it's an amazing future to look forward to.
It sure is. And I'm thrilled to be part of it with all three of you. Thank you so much for being on our panel. And thank you for joining us here at Real Chemistry South by Southwest 2021.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. I mean, you know, I keep saying this, but I feel like my brain keeps getting bigger with each one of these sessions, and just listening to the four of you, you know, wax poetic about this. Brian obviously stealing the limelight with the patient will see you now, but Ron, Manoj, Joanne, thank you so much. This was amazing. For those tuned in, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So, you know, if you've been waiting to grab a beverage or a sandwich or whatever, you can go do that. But remember to stay tuned in. We have a great panel following this. It's called COVID Innovation and the Pandemic's Impact on Healthcare Delivery and Access. It's with one of Ron's colleagues, Greg Szabo, who is the VP and Global Commercial Leader of Virology and Immunology at Merck. Taryn Grom, who's the founding partner and editor at PharmaVoice, and then Junaid Bajwa, who's the Chief Medical Scientist at Microsoft Research. So more goodness to continue. Thank you all again, esteemed panelists, and keep on chugging. Thanks all.